Добрий день, скажіть, будь ласка, а чути нас? Дякую.
Чути добре вас, Ірино.
Дякуємо дуже, дякуємо.
Доброго дня. Олександра, я вам писала, ви побачили там?
Не знаю, мабуть, ні. Чути добре вас, Ірино.
Дякуємо дуже, дякуємо.
Єдине прохання до всіх, доброго дня, єдине прохання до всіх учасників, до їхнього
Олександра,
виступу.
я вам писала, ви побачили там?
Та єдине прохання до всіх учасників зустрічі відімкнути мікрофони до того, як вони будуть виступати.
Morning.
Hello.
Hello, Professor Berger.
Morning, Oleg.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. It's the weather in Belgium suddenly is spring weather.
Oh, really?
So last week it was -10. Now it is 16 degrees. So we are happy.
We don't have 16 degrees, but we still have nice weather today in Lviv too. So hope it is a good sign for all of us today.
Yeah, absolutely. So is it possible to show some slides, or do you want us to speak without slides?
As for the presentation speech, you can speak without slides. So up to you completely.
Okay. It's up to you. I have 3 slides, but otherwise I do it without slides. Huh?
You can share, of course, if you have prepared, please do, because we want to see everything.
So how do I do that in Zoom? Just a sec. I share screen. Huh?
Yeah, exactly. There is a green button on the upper side of the application.
But you will have to enable it. Huh?
Looks like we have already enabled. Do you have the possibility to share?
Host disabled participant screen.
I apologize. We'll check.
Yeah, no problem. Otherwise, I do without. No problem.
Mm-hmm.
Don't worry.
No, but we need it for other presentations as well. So it would be good if Sasha could figure this out now, because there will be longer presentations there in the second part.
Okay.
So thanks for noticing that.
I can't see you, huh, Irina?
Yeah, sorry, because I'll be live tweeting. And,
Okay.
without, I have two screens, so I'll use a bigger screen.
Okay, no problem.
And I'm not speaking now, I'm only speaking later on.
May I ask you to try to share your screen now, please?
Okay. Just a second.
I like your flags, Sasha. It's nice.
No, it still is disabled. Don't worry.
Could you please try now, please? Because I still need to adjust. Hello, Svetlana.
It works for me now. I can do. I
Oh,
can
perfect,
share
perfect.
screen.
Amazing.
Just a second. I do the trick of leaving and coming back. That always helps.
That'd be helpful.
I think it will work now, Oleg.
Great.
You see it now?
Yes, yes, yes.
Okay.
Very good. Thanks.
It's not in a presentation mode.
No, I'll do it later. Huh?
Just to check.
That's the golden trick of ICTs. Huh? You just stop everything and you start again.
Exactly. Okay. Can see myself.
Ви самі не будете бачити себе, ви
Ага.
вам не можна.
Мгм.
От, треба ці просто котику, там де ви, щоб всі були квадратиками. Так, отако.
Мгм. Excellencies, esteemed guests, dear rectors, vice rectors, ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor for me to start the kickoff meeting of the Erasmus Plus project entitled Open Practices, Transparency and Integrity for Modern Academia, abbreviated OPTIMA, and welcome all participants. My name is Alexander Beresko. I am an OPTIMA project manager. Due to the pandemic situation, the kickoff meeting will be held totally online, but I hope it will not impact the event quality and expected outputs. It is a great pleasure for me to take an active part in the project, bringing together educators, scientists, various professionals, and of course, early career researchers, doctoral candidates, and students from the whole Europe, but first of all, from Austria, Belgium, France, Netherlands, Poland, and Ukraine. OPTIMA is a 3-year capacity building project which is carried out with the support of the Erasmus Plus program of the European Union. Its main goal is introducing contemporary open science practices to Ukraine to boost transparency and integrity in order to improve higher education quality. Focus on academic integrity, climate change mitigation, displaced universities, and internationalization are among the main project priorities. Let me inform you that the whole event is being recorded and will be available in open access on the project website, as well as on the social media, together with all the presentations. And now, I have a pleasure to invite our first speaker, Professor Yuri Bobolo, Rector of Lviv Polytechnic National University. Welcome.
Доброго дня, шановні пані і панове. Для мене велика честь вітати вас усіх на відкритті проєкту OPTIMA, координатором якого є Львівська політехніка.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Наш університет має славну історію і багаті традиції. І цей фундамент допомагає нам впевнено дивитися в майбутнє та бути лідером у впровадженні інновацій. Ми послідовно рухаємося шляхом інтеграції у європейський освітній та науковий простір і відкриті до нових тенденцій у вищій школі.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor for me to welcome all of you to the opening of the project, which is coordinated by Lviv Polytechnic. Our university has a noble history and rich traditions. These foundations helps us to look into the future with confidence, being a leader in implementation of innovations. We are consistently moving towards integration into the European higher education and research areas and are open to new trends in academia.
Пишаюся тим, що в 2018 році Львівська політехніка вперше в Україні стала координатором наукового проєкту, підтриманого програмою «Горизонт 2020». Сьогодні Проект ІМАКе знаходиться в активній фазі, а його команда ділиться цінним досвідом не лише зі своїми університетськими колегами, а й з усією Україною.
I am proud that in 2018, for the first time in Ukraine, Lviv Polytechnic became a coordinator of a research project supported by Horizon 2020 program. Today, the ongoing image projects team shares valuable best practices not only with university colleagues, but with the whole Ukraine.
Попри це, Львівська політехніка вперше координує такий масштабний міжнародний освітній проект, як OPTIMA. І я хочу подякувати усім нашим партнерам за довіру, яка нас дуже надихає. Зокрема, хочу подякувати та привітати своїх колег, присутніх нині тут.
Despite this, Lviv Polytechnic is for the first time coordinating such a large-scale international educational project as OPTIMA. And I want to thank all our partners for the trust, which inspires us very much. In particular, I would like to thank and congratulate my colleagues present here today.
Професора Гаральда Кайнца, ректора Технічного університету Граца.
Großen Dank an Herr Professor Harald Kainz, Rektor der Technische Universität Graz.
Професора Женіка Бріствольтера, президента університету KA2.
Professeur Yannick Brice-Voltaire, le président de l'Université de la Côte d'Azur. Nous vous remercions.
Професора Аркадіуша Войса, нового ректора Вроцлавської політехніки.
Дякуємо професорові Аркадіусові Войсові, новому ректорові політехніки Вроцлавської.
Професора Василя Карпушу, ректора Сумського державного університету.
We thank Professor Vasil Karpusha, rector of Sumy State University.
Професора Романа Гринюка, ректора Донецького національного університету імені Василя Стуса.
We thank Professor Roman Griniuk, rector of Vasil Stus Donetsk National University.
Професорку Ірину Вахович, новообрану ректорку Луцького національного технічного університету.
We thank Professor Irina Vakhovich, the newly elected rector of Lutsk National Technical University.
А також шановних професорів, професора Сергія Квіта, голову Національного агентства із забезпечення якості вищої освіти, пана Євгена Дикого, директора Національного антарктичного наукового центру, пані Риму Куприте, директорку Міжнародної асоціації АЙФ, та пані Джуліо Малагу-Арнетору, президентку Європейської ради директорів, докторантів та молодих вчених.
I want to thank dear Professor Serhiy Kvit, head of the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance, Mr. Evgen Dickey, director of the National Antarctic Scientific Center, Ms. Rima Kurpite, director of IFL, and Ms. Julia Malagu-Arnera, president of European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers.
Насамперед хочу побажати усім партнерам вдалого проекту, а українській вищій школі більшої відкритості та доброчесності. Сподіваюся, що наступна наша зустріч відбудеться вже у стінах Львівської політехніки.
Finally, I would like to wish all the partners to implement a successful project and Ukrainian academia to become more open and transparent. I hope that the next OPTIMA project meeting will take place offline under the roof of Lviv Polytechnic National University. Thank you, Rector Bobolo. I will now invite the next speaker, who does not need to be introduced to most of you. The current professor of open science policy at the Free University of Brussels and former head of unit for open science policy at the European Commission, who was also one of the trainers of Eurodoc Open Science Ambassador program created by Gareth O'Neill and Ivo Grigorov 2 years ago. The program helped to shape the OPTIMA consortium and actually inspired the whole project. Jean-Claude Bergelman, the stage is yours.
Okay, so thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so thank you very much for the invitation. And of course, this is a spin-off of the Eurodoc project, and I'm very glad that it still has some effect, so that you invited me for being able to address you a few minutes on open science policy. As you said, I was responsible for open science policy at the European Commission until last year. I did it for 6-7 years. And it was a great pleasure to do it. And I'm very glad to see that your country, and in particular the research community of your country, is taking on board the key issues and the key points in open science that we have been developing for the rest of Europe, and actually for the rest of the world. So what I would like to say you today is that very shortly that open science is becoming, or is now, a global policy. It is no longer some marginal policy that existed 10 years ago. And in that respect, it is very good that you have a day like that today. So let me quickly show you a few slides I prepared to make the argument. So I can send them you afterwards if you want, if you would like to see them.
Of course.
So there you go. Do you see them?
Yes.
Okay, now I do it in presenter mode. Voila. So in the European Commission and in Europe with the member states, so we worked for 10 years on open science policies. So it started with a very modest approach on open access in 2010, actually a bit earlier. And a lot of work to convince the policymakers and the member states to develop a coherent policy. And a coherent policy is what we proposed in 2016. Why is it coherent? Because open science is a system change. It's not only open access, it's not only open data, it's not only open peer review, it's not only the cloud, it's everything together. Open science is what actually electronic commerce is for economics. Well, open science is for science. It changes the way science is done, and it changes the way the actors around science, universities, funders, researchers, work, behave, and are impacted. So that coherent policy we launched in 2016 in the Commission with all the member states on board, because as you know, you don't launch anything in Europe when there is no consensus. And we mainly concentrated on open access for publications, open data for publicly funded research, the European Open Science Cloud as a federated system to host the publicly funded research data, which have to be available in a fair format, findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. We concentrated, so these are already 4 priorities. Then there were priorities on new indicators, research and training, the skills, citizen science, and so forth. You can find all that in the articles that we wrote about at the website of the European Commission. In my view, a very important step has been taken in 2018, because several of these priorities became mandatory in the next, and one of them is the launch of the European Open Science Cloud in 2018, and the creation of the independent association to manage EOSC in 2020. So I would really encourage Ukraine and your research community to look at EOSC, to try to be on board in one way or another, and to make sure that you are one of the partners of EOSC, because in a certain sense, the European Open Science Cloud is the best guarantee that every researcher in Europe and the associated countries has to be able to do science at the best possible conditions as anyone else. If you can access the European Science Cloud, it will be as beneficiary for you as if you are a member of an elite university in the rest of Europe. So that was a very important step. And then in the new framework program, so Horizon Europe, it's a huge, as you know, a huge framework program. And in that framework program, if you want to be part of it, you need to respect open access for publications. You need to go for open data. You need to provide a fair data management plan and so forth. So in 10 years time, we moved from a very marginal discussion to a fully fledged policy supported by most member states. For example, many member states have national coordinators of open science, and these national coordinators of open science are federated into a European consortium or a European Council of Open Science coordinators. So there again, I would encourage Ukraine to consider to create such a council, to mandate someone and to try to be on board of the European Council. A lot of the funders in the world and in Europe are asking for open science criteria or parameters like open access, like open data. You have Plan S on publishing on publishing your articles in an open access format without restrictions, without embargoes, and so forth. And interesting enough is that increasingly the industry is also adopting some of the elements of open science, and I will come back to that in a second. In particular, the specifications for open data, that they should be findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable. And you can read the article that I quote there. It's a really interesting piece of work. Now, all that is, of course, very nice to see, but the reason is, what is much more important is to see why it is so. And that is very important, never to forget. Open science is not important because open is semantically a much nicer concept than closed. Open science is important because it results in better science. You can do more because the data are reusable, because you can find easily what is going on. I checked yesterday ResearchGate. ResearchGate has in the meantime 19 million members, and actually ResearchGate works like a Facebook community for researchers that didn't exist 10 years ago, but there you can really easily find who is doing what, the latest state of the art on something. So it leads to better science, and it has a much bigger return of investment of all the money which we put into research and innovation. It's very logical. If the X billions yearly in Europe, so 27, 28, we invest around 120 billion per year in publicly funded research. Now, all the results of it, all the data are somewhere. Now, if all that is being made available to reuse for someone else to do some new research, to create some new spin-offs, well, then you have a much better return on investment. It's also much better for researchers. If you publish in open access, your article, you're much more read, 2 to 3 times more than if you publish in closed or behind a paywall. And if you publish articles with the reference to your open data sets, recent studies have shown that the likelihood of your article being picked up is 3 to 4 times higher. So also as a researcher, you have a much bigger return of investment. And it is that what is important about open science, not the connotation open, but the fact that you have better science and a better return of investment as a funder and as a researcher. In the meantime, I must say that the world is moving fast. So it is not so that open science is a hobby of Europe and is a hobby of the people in this meeting. Thousands of people are working on it. You have associations like the Research Data Alliance, Code Data, and so forth, trying to come up with standards with semantic interoperability, ontologies, and so forth and so forth. And there are plans to create a global open science cloud. So this year we will look in how can we bring the Chinese, the Australians, the Canadian open science clouds, which do exist de facto, together to create a global approach. The United Nations is looking into it because it will be hosted, that meeting most likely after the summer in UN. UNESCO is doing a big consultation, which is very similar to what we did in Europe, by the way, 5 years ago, but it doesn't matter. There is an African open science cloud, there is an African open science platform, and so forth. So very important things are moving there. This is unstoppable. This is the way forward. And most likely in 5 years' time, we will look back at 2015, 2016, 2017 as how was it possible? We doubted it. And I would like to conclude, so it's an encouragement of all of you present today to not give up and push for it and continue doing it. And I'm very happy to learn that the Polytechnic, as said by the Vice Chancellor, wants to take a lead role there. So it's an encouragement not to give up, and also if to consider the importance of it. And then to conclude, I personally think that 2020 is the point of no return for open science. So I think that is the year where most of the scientific community and most of the policymakers have understood that open science is the way forward. So why? Because of Corona. Because if you look at, and that's my last slide, Oleg, so don't worry. So if you look at how the scientific community has reacted, public and private, to the challenge of the virus, is actually, they don't call it that way, but it is actually in setting up a gigantic global open science research and spin-off system, if you want. So most of the publications, if not all, were immediately made available by all publishers in open access, close to 200,000 now. Most of the data, public and private, were made available in ways that anyone else could use them and reuse them. De facto, you had a global collaborative approach whereby most of these thousands of researchers looking for vaccines for the virus started working together. And so in an extremely short time period, we got actually one of the largest scientific communities in the world, namely the life science community, working in a de facto open science standard. Why? Because it allows us to go much faster, much quicker, and much more efficient. And normally a vaccine takes 10 to 15 years. Well, we did it in 12, 13 years. Not only because of open science, of course, there are many more reasons, but it certainly was a big enabler. And that's why I think it's fair to say that 2020 demonstrated that open science can save lives, because it is a much faster, much more efficient way to get to progress. And that's why I think it will be an irreversible moment in the history of open science. So said that, I will send you the slides. I wish you good luck in Ukraine. Don't misunderstand me. It won't be easy to convince everyone. I did dozens of speeches and presentations at all levels in Europe, and you always get the same kind of critique. Are you sure this and that? And was it not better before? And so it won't be easy, but there is no way. There is no other way. This is the way forward for the scientific community. And good luck to the colleagues and friends in Ukraine who are trying to do this.
Thanks, Professor Bogelman, for such an inspirational speech. Thanks, and we will definitely move this path in Ukraine and make all the necessary steps. Thanks. Thanks again.
Pleasure.
For our project, maybe one of the most crucial institutions and organizations is, of course, Ukrainian Ministry of Education and Science. And it's my great pleasure to invite our Deputy Minister of Education and Science of Ukraine, Professor Andrei Vitorenko. Please.
Thank you, dear colleagues. Thank you for this meeting. I would like to welcome all colleagues from all over the world. I would like to say that the project is very important for our Ministry of Education, and the universities which participate in the project. I think that universities are leaders of Ukrainian education and Ukrainian science. I hope the project will help to reach the high quality of education in Ukraine. I think it will definitely help our researcher to get the new knowledge, the new worldwide knowledge, and the very quality knowledge from all over the world. So from the name of Ministry of Education and Science, I would like to I would like to promise you all our support, and all your steps will be supported by our ministry. I would like to say thank you to Mr. Yuri Bobalo and to all my colleagues for that project. I wish you good luck, and I hope the project will reach their goals. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Minister. We really hope that you will have effective cooperation with the ministry. Thanks again. For our project, cooperation with another important institutions is crucial, which is, of course, European Commission and ERC. And we are extremely glad and have an honor to invite our next speaker, Ms. Belen Nkizo, our esteemed project officer. Please, Belen.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear university and ministerial authorities and dear project representatives. First of all, my big congratulations to all of you for such a success during the very competitive selection process. So I've had already the opportunity to talk to some of you, but now I would like to extend my congratulations to all the partners involved in this excellent initiative. And secondly, I would like to thank you for this invitation to participate. I'm extremely happy to be able to participate finally in a kickoff meeting. This means that, I mean, it shows that not all the lockdown restrictions have negative. I mean, there are also some positive effects. At least in this case, I'm able to participate in the meeting, and otherwise I would not have been allowed to travel. But I take the invitation of the rector of LIF, and I hope that in the future, in the next few years, we will have the opportunity to carry out a monitoring visits in the premises of the university, because it's indeed much better to see each other physically and to see the people involved and the results of the projects in the real context. Well, as you all know, I'm project officer at the Executive Agency for Audiovisual Education and Culture. And this means that I'm the person responsible to follow up the capacity building projects that are implemented in Ukraine, but also in other countries in the Eastern Partnership region. The agency is mandated by the European Commission to select and to follow up the capacity, well, the Erasmus Plus projects in general. I work for the capacity building in higher education units, but the agency is responsible for the implementation of all the actions of the Erasmus Plus project program. The role of the agency is sometimes seen as the entity that selects the good applications and then makes the payments to the projects. But we are not just a bank. We are more than that, and we want to be more than that. In fact, we want to be also partners in your project. What we want to do is to be able to understand what you're doing and to help you and to support you on a daily basis, so that our rules and our financial requirements are fully followed by you, but that they are not a problem for your implementation. So I'm there to help you follow the rules of the financing that you have received, but in particular to help you that these rules are not a problem or a difficulty for your project, but that you're able to implement the activities in the best possible conditions and in the most flexible way. And for this, it's very important that we keep a daily communication, that you inform us whenever you find some difficulties, and we will always be there to support you, to help you find a way to implement in the best possible way. So the way we monitor your project, or the way you accompany you during these 3 years, is by desk and field monitoring activities. So desk monitoring activities is what I'm doing in Brussels from my desk. I follow your developments, your website. You send me regularly the state of advancement of the activities. If there are problems or challenges, you write me and I will try to help you to solve. If there are changes in the composition of the consortium, of you need different kind of equipment, this kind of activities are the desk monitoring activities. We do also have field monitoring activities, and these have been delegated to the team of the National Erasmus Plus office in Ukraine. And I think Svetlana will explain later her role. But these are very complementary. So desk monitoring carried out in Brussels and field monitoring carried out by Svetlana, and hopefully I get to live sometime in the next years also to do a field monitoring visit, are very complementary activities, and both help us monitor and follow your project on a daily basis, let's say on a routine basis. You will have 3 years of implementation. We will accompany you during these 3 years, and we will ensure that that you don't have difficulties from our administrative point of view, and that if you have problems, we can help you, administrative problems, not content related problems, unfortunately. We will try to help you solve. But in the very end, we are interested in your results. So in the very end, what we want to have is clear overview of what are the achievements that you have obtained after the 3 years implementation. This is what motivates us also to accompany you until the end. We are looking forward to be able to present to the Commission the nice tangible results you have obtained, but also the intangible developments that you have achieved after 3 years of working together. So please keep this in mind, so that we always, when we communicate, we keep in mind that whatever we are going to change, whatever we are going to adapt, is also in order to ensure that the final outputs that you have promised at the application stage and the impact that you are expecting from your project is better achievable at the end. So I think that's all I wanted to say. I would just like to repeat my congratulations and to invite you to consult me and to involve me in all the activities you consider necessary. And I wish you a lot of success for the coming 3 years.
Thanks, Diana. Thanks a lot, and we really count on you. So hope we will have effective communication and collaboration. Thanks again. Dear friends, if you are Ukrainian and you want to apply for a European educational grant, you're extremely lucky because you have a National Erasmus office by your side. Let me once again thank Svetlana Shitikova for all, the head of the office, for all her constant support, and invite her to say some words. Svetlana, the stage is yours.
Thank you very much, dear team and dear colleagues and partners. On behalf of the National Erasmus Plus Office Ukraine and Higher Education Reform Experts team, we are really very much happy to welcome you in the International Erasmus Plus community in Ukraine. And we are sending you virtually our hugs today and hope to have the opportunity to welcome you in Ukraine soonest too. We are honored to congratulate your international team partners from Austria, from Poland, from France, from Belgium and the Netherlands, and together with Ukrainian partners from Donetsk relocated to Vinnytsia, from Lviv, Lutsk, Sumy, newcomers and experienced universities, and of course the vital partners from National Quality Assurance Agency and National Antarctic Center. You have a very good combination, and as we heard today, there would be also continuation of the help from the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine as the key beneficiary of all projects, and we hope that at the end, so the outcomes would reach the wider impact at different levels. And at the same time, we are thrilled to congratulate the National University Lvivska Polytechnica as the grant holder and coordinator of a consortium of 10 partners with four international and 6 Ukrainian partners, and to wish them a strong health patience, and in 3 years, hopefully you would be recognized by your partners as Dream Team Coordinator, as we usually hear the cases when the Ukrainian partners were thinking of really good coordinators and the experienced working with them. So hopefully now this is your turn to become really a Dream Team Coordinator for all partners. And in 3 years, this type of calls, 3 Ukrainian universities are coordinators and grant holders, and they all contributing to the international project management culture building in Ukraine. And perhaps in the future program, we will have more opportunities to become grant holders in wider types of actions. And of course, the main goal is to enhance the quality of higher education. And in your particular project, I would say that the title of the projects match very much the approaches of the program itself, like it is based also on research and working with open practices, transparency, integrity for modern academia. Your project team will be working also of Ukrainian part home task within the activity plan of EU-UA Association Agreement, and in particular in its objectives under chapter of research and education. And at the same time, Ukrainian universities, based on the best practices of EU partners, will build the capacities to contribute to the European strategy on open science data, aiming at transforming science through the digital tools and networks, and to make research more open, global, collaborative, creative, and closer to the society. So you have very ambitious task, and we are enthusiastic that synergizing with other projects and programs on research and education, particularly academic integrity with American councils, and of course the Horizon 2020 projects, the project outcomes will become the best practice cases for further stronger impact at individual, institutional, community, sectoral, and higher education system as a whole. And the teaching and learning excellence improvement based on research, and specifically using this internationalization instrument like European Union funded program Erasmus+, will bring your universities at more competitive level, and the education for students at more higher level to be ready for their careers and for their lives better. In these 3 years of journey, our team of the National Erasmus Plus Office Ukraine will be facing the challenges with you and helping you. You can always count on our helping hands, our support in project-related issues like dissemination, promotion, registration, monitoring, synergies, and every other issues you might face during the implementation of the process. Please do not hesitate to contact us at any time. And we are also looking forward to welcoming every of you in our office during the missions to Kiev, and hopefully to be a part of your initiatives in Ukraine and in other partners in virtual mode, but also in offline mode as well. So moving forward together and becoming stronger together under the support of the European Union program Erasmus+, and we wish you stay safe and healthy, and good luck to all of us.
Thanks, Svetlana, and the same to you. We really look forward to cooperation with you. It was a pleasure. Thanks a lot. Reaching all the main stakeholders is very important for our project, and early career researchers, doctoral candidates are among the key target groups of our project. So I'm glad that today we have Ms. Olesa Vashuk, Head of Young Scientists Council at the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine. Olesa, you're welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's an honor to take part in this meeting. Indeed, Ukrainian young scientists will benefit much from the OPTIMA outcomes. And our council will do our best to help your team with the project implementation. Our organization is an advisory body under the Ministry of Education and Science Ukraine, established to promote the constitutional rights of young scientists, to participate in the formation and realization of state policy in research and innovation. At the moment, we are working hard on expanding our network within the country in order to reach and present as many universities and research communities as possible. We are now communicating not only with institutional communities, but also with regional honors in many parts of Ukraine. As our council is a proud member of EuroDoc, which is among the project partners, this will help strengthen our connection with the OPTIMA team. On top of that, Lviv Polytechnic National University and other Ukrainian partners are represented in our council in many roles. As we are aware, one of the project tasks is supporting 10 or more academic conferences for young scientists with open peer review tools and open science best practices. We will help with the open call to select this conference and make sure the project potential is reached to its fullest in this regard. Let me second the previous speakers, and with the OPTIMA project team, lots of luck with all the many tasks. I also that the COVID will be finally defeated with the help of open science, and we will have many opportunities to collaborate on establishing open practices, transparency and integrity in Ukrainian academia. Thanks for attention.
Thank you, Olesa. We definitely need to unite our efforts on this. Thanks a lot. So the last but definitely not least, let me invite Professor Zhezhnich, Vice Rector of Lviv Polytechnic National University and OPTIMA project coordinator.
Dear rectors, esteemed colleagues and guests, it's an honor to be a speaker, but the bigger honor is to have all of you here today. In fact, the online format of this meeting allows us to launch the OPTIMA project all together. As our rector said, we do not have much experience as we are coordinating the capacity building project for the first time. However, we have already managed teams, built and deployed software, developed and released new curricula, and organized various international events. So we are already familiar with lots of tasks awaiting us within the project frames. In addition, we believe that the needed competences are already present among our partners, which are indeed diverse. Our community and effective communication with stakeholders are the keys to the project success. If we think of OPTIMA as a symphony, then a nice orchestra for the successful performance is needed. We hope that all our esteemed partners will feel like superstars playing their unique parts in the common harmony. We are pleased to have effective communications with Ms. Belen and Siso, our project officer at the European Commission, and Ms. Svetlana Shitikova, head of the National Erasmus office in Ukraine. So the project is on its very early stage. We are already grateful to these two ladies for their help and support. The OPTIMA team is in the beginning of a long, exciting journey, and we will do our best to make the most of it. I do believe that our project is extremely relevant to modern Ukrainian academia and will bring positive changes at the national and local levels, as well as at the institutional level of each project partner and involved organizations. Good luck to all of us, and thank you for participating in the OPTIMA kickoff meeting.
Thank you, Professor Zhezhnich, and I apologize that we have our introduction part for a little longer than expected, but now we want to create a group photo with all our present participants, rectors and guests. May I ask all of you to switch on your cameras so we can see everyone. We will use this photo on social media, so hopefully all of you will smile. I don't know what is the weather in your locations, but today there is an amazing sunny weather in Lviv. As also Jean-Claude Bagaman said, that the same weather is in Brussels, right? So, okay. May I also ask Irina Bachovich and Irina Kuchma to switch on their cameras if possible? And Maybe Alexander Ivashuk or Ray Kofinyon and Ivan Timchuk could also switch on their cameras. Thanks a lot. We just want to have everyone. I can Photoshop the image later on, of course, but it would be great to have it original. Okay, okay, I will just give you 1 minute to prepare to have everyone, and we'll push my print screen button. Okay, just a few more seconds. Oh, okay, such a nice team. So, please smile. 1 second. Okay, once again, please. I will ask you to do it several times today. Okay, please smile. Thanks. And our second page, please. Please smile. Thanks a lot. Okay, and just one more time to make sure you all look perfectly. Thanks so much. Okay. Okay, now we are moving to the next section of our kickoff meeting. And I will encourage all of you to comment and ask questions after each presentation ends. So we would definitely like to hear your feedback. If you are in Zoom, you can raise your hand and I will invite you to speak. If you are watching this on YouTube, please post your comments in the chat section. I will pick up your comments and pass them to our speakers. Okay, so our first presentation, I'm sorry, I just want to make some interactive activity with you to maybe give some other aspect of our meeting. I will now share my screen. Bye, Jean-Claude. Can you see my presentation with a Mentimeter sign? Okay, so it's a very simple tool which will help me to see where are you now. So I will ask all of our participants to scan the QR code, put in the digital code which is on the screen, 973093, and then you can indicate the location you are from. So we understand our audience to a better extent. As we have some delay with YouTube broadcasting, I will show you all our answers a little bit later. Okay, I already have some results. I will now show them to you. So as you can see, most of our participants come from Ukraine, but also from many other countries, such as Austria, Poland, even Oman. Interesting. Okay. And let's maybe wait for one more minute. Okay. And then we can move to the next slide. When I ask your city, could you please enter your city? Wow. Most of participants, oh, thanks, Olesya. Most of participants are, of course, from Kyiv, but also from many other Ukrainian and other cities. Gothenburg, very interesting. Okay, thanks a lot for this. I will show you the final results in the end of my presentation. Okay, let me deliver the first presentation of the one scheduled for today. It's an OPTIMA project overview. I hope you can all see my screen now. Yes? So some quick facts about the OPTIMA project. It is a 3-year project starting off 15th of January 2021 and will end on 14th of January 2024. It is a European grant under the Erasmus Plus program, co-founded by the European Union. It's a Key Action 2 project coordinated by Lviv Polytechnic National University. As you can see, the OPTIMA consortium is diverse and we cover many European countries. You can see that we have 3 partners, 3 higher education institutions representing partner countries, I mean European Union countries, and 2 international NGOs. And we have 4 higher education institutions in Ukraine, governmental agency, and the research center. Here you can see our esteemed partners from partner countries and their logos, of course, right? And Ukrainian partners' logos, which is interesting. It looks like Ukrainian partners really like the blue color, you know? Okay. And also we have 3 associated partners, which will help us to implement the project. The original project idea came up during the Open Science Ambassadors Training at the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers, and the initial consortium was shaped and the idea of project was discussed during the 9th International Youth Science Forum Literacy Tartibus, which was held in Lviv Polytechnic in November 2019. You can see some of the project partners here on the photo. What is the main problem we are trying to solve? The system of higher education in Ukraine is characterized by serious deficiencies, such as inefficient quality assurance and low levels of internationalization, which negatively affect educational attainment and reduce the country's general potential. Hence, radical modernization of Ukrainian higher education has been recognized as an urgent need to improve its quality, strengthen the ability to contribute to the country's intellectual and innovative capacity, as well as accelerate European integration in the context of Ukraine-European Union Association Agreement and the Bologna process. At the same time, another acute problem currently facing the country's higher education system is caused by the military conflict in eastern Ukraine. In 2014, the concept of displaced higher education institutions emerged, as since the beginning of hostilities in the Donbas region, 18 higher educational institutions have been moved from the temporarily seized territories. Displaced higher education institutions managed to resume the educational process, but continue to struggle with infrastructure funding and human resource problems, in addition to other common issues of the Ukrainian higher education system. Despite these obstacles, Ukraine has embarked on an ambitious process of political reform with special urgency and intensity after the Revolution of Dignity. Reformers are making efforts to increase transparency, accountability, and integrity of government institutions, including higher education ones. Unfortunately, full implementation of these vital reforms is a highly demanding process due to a lack of recognition of values of academic integrity, as well as widespread disbelief in the need of change at the local level. Widespread practices of academic misconduct and plagiarism, their high support within the academic community is among the key academic challenges facing Ukrainian higher education. Manifestations of dishonesty are promoted in particular by the absence of generally accepted ethical standards for academic integrity and the limited ability of higher education institutions to detect and assess existing integrity violations. The above mentioned facts provide clear evidence of a systematic problem which limits the capacity of tangible progress in education quality with the existing means and tools in Ukraine. We conclude that there is a need for development and implementation of innovative community assurance mechanisms built of academic integrity culture. We would like to stress that integrity is based on the fundamental principle of transparency, which is defined as one of the main ethical principles in education and research. Transparency is celebrated as the most important principle alongside integrity in the guidance documents of contemporary scientific and educational communities. In our context, the principle can be defined as a characteristic of higher education institutions, as well as individual students, academic staff members and managers, of being open in the clear disclosure of information, rules, plans, processes, and actions. It is obvious to us that transparency and openness are the key ingredients to build and spread integrity culture based on trust. We understand that such a process of change requires time, especially when dealing with the inert Ukrainian academic system. However, there is an urgent need to start. Fortunately, we didn't have to look for the role model for long, as big things are hard to miss. Transparency is also at the core of open science, the global movement which is rapidly developing and has gained increasing European level recognition and popularity in recent years. Compared to the European Union, which is making ambitious steps towards open science, in Ukraine it is still in the infant stage. Please have a look. Here you can see the results of 2 surveys conducted by Lviv Polytechnic with the help of Ministry and Young Scientist Council at the Ministry of Ukraine in 2018 and 2020. So dark blue is people who haven't heard of open science. Light blue is people who have heard but have never practiced open science, and dark green are people who have heard of open science and practiced open science. So as you can see, the dynamics is generally positive, but we conclude that the dynamics among early career researchers which are under 35 years of age, according to the Ukrainian rules, the dynamic is not that positive. So we have to deal with this. But we conclude that open science vacuum should be treated not as a failure, but as an opportunity to use the constantly improving European open science best practices to finally get the situation in Ukraine off the ground. So the proposed strategy is introduction of more open and transparent practices leading to increased academic integrity, leading to improved educational quality. The open science roadmap is sure diverse. However, we believe that introducing open peer review has the biggest potential in Ukraine, as it brings together the already familiar practice of academic evaluation and provides hands-on learning opportunities for early career researchers, helping to build new skills under the collective mentorship of international experts. Hence, we plan to develop and implement an open peer review platform in Ukraine for academic conferences and build an international virtual community of peer reviewers and researchers on the base of it. Combined with general and subject-specific open science subjects to be introduced in the partner higher education institutions for master students and PhD candidates, as well as open online course for everyone, is intended to give our target universities and Ukrainian higher education system in general a much-needed impetus for change towards openness and integrity. Hence, we consider open practices as a quality assurance process and its technological backbone, the open peer review platform and virtual community of expert reviewers, as a quality assurance mechanism. So that's the general idea of the OPTIMA project, and I would like to hear your thoughts on this and answer comments if any. However, before we proceed, I would like to ask you to subscribe to our social media accounts, because nowadays, especially due to pandemic situation, social media is extremely important and it's crucial for dissemination of project results. So you can use these 3 QR codes to navigate to our social media accounts and subscribe. We are waiting for likes, comments, and shares. Thank you. So here are my contact information, and I would definitely like to answer all of your questions, if any. Okay, so I will stop my screen now, and if you want to ask a question, please raise your hands. Oh, please, Svetlana Shetikova.
Dear Alexander, it's actually not the hand to have a question. It's like applause in order to animate a little bit, you know, our virtual meeting, to have some reactions to the presentation. But in any case, I think that the project is really vital to Ukrainian universities as well as the higher education system as a whole. And we know that it is in the very good hands of the strong team of representative Ukrainian universities, and we would like to highlight that as many universities could join this initiative, it's better, and the team is open for cooperation. Please synergize, please use all opportunities already open for Ukraine, and maybe in the new program there would be more complementarity to your projects within the credit mobility, within Jean Monnet actions and other actions which would be opened soonest. We all hope that in March it would be launched and we'll know more details. So at this point, just a slight comment maybe. Thank you.
Thank you, Svetlana. Any other comments? Okay, I don't see any other hands. Okay, so let's move forward. But I would also like to propose you just another small quiz. 1 second. Another quiz on Menti. So please scan the QR code. I just want to know what are your associations with the OPTIMA project after learning a little bit about it?
Only one proposition.
It's a tricky answers because they all reflect and relates us to and associate us to OPTIMA project actually. Difficult choice.
Indeed, but still, so our community believes in academic courses in open science, and that's understandable, of course. But okay, I personally believe in the open peer review platform more, but who knows? We will see. Okay, and there was another small question regarding the words which reflect your opinion on the OPTIMA project. Please. So the main keyword is definitely open, which is obvious for us, of course, but yes. Also ambitious, science, inclusive. Yes, it's very important. Wow, so many new words. Okay, we will wait for our YouTube viewers to also take part in this, and at the moment we can move to our next speaker, and I'm glad to invite Professor Ilya Khadjinov, Vice Rector of Donetsk National University, with the presentation about Ukrainian displaced universities. Please, Professor.
Good day, dear colleagues, and I hope dear friends. Thank you for your invitation to join this beautiful project. I must say that I, make a report on behalf of Donetsk National University as internally displaced university in Ukraine. And now I try to share my screen with you and my presentation concerning this issue. Is 6-year-old issue for Ukraine and for the national educational situation in Ukraine. Do you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Is it in presentation mode? Because I have some problems with the visualization. It's hanging on all the time. I'm sorry.
No, it's not.
Not in presentation mode, Irina?
No, it's in the slides mode.
Okay.
Yeah. Now it's okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Now it's moving. Okay.
Yes.
I'm sorry for certain delay. I must say that the problem starts in the year 2014 in winter. In February, we met the problem of People's Republic, so-called Donetsk People Republic and Lugansk People's Republic. They are pro-Russian oriented movements in eastern regions of Ukraine, and they call for the reunition with Russia. and also it's become like barricades and catch-offs of the state administration buildings. You can see it's in this slide. And also the latest stages of this process was the capture of the university and the universities at all. And the major problem during the summer of 2014 was the war. And it was very, how to say, strange feelings, because I say on my heart, and frankly speaking, it was dramatically, it was how to say, it's very painful, because I understood that I lost my city. My native city is Donetsk, and I lost it. I don't know for how long, but I understand that everything is, that's the finish of my university after the capture of the university, and then the pro-Russia troops and Russia troops enter my city in July 2014, and also became the blasts around the city, and they make these all the, not only in daytime and also on nighttime, and that is why it became a big problem for the government of Ukraine to somehow to solve, and somehow to provide the information and some help to the people in these regions, and especially for higher education establishment universities. And there was the first university officially displaced from Donetsk region, and we start our renovate our activity in Vinnytsia in September, 25th of September to 2014. And in general, it was 18 universities, 17 of them are state universities and 1 private university, and 10 research institutes were moved to controlled by government of Ukraine territories of Ukraine, and it's near than 4,000 scientific and pedagogical workers, and more than 40,000 students moved with us. On this slide, you can see the density of internally displaced persons by regions of Ukraine. Now it's more than 500,000 persons move from the striped area to other regions of Ukraine and also abroad. The majority destination abroad is Russia. It's near 500,000 people, and also Belarus, and from the European countries, it's Poland as the neighboring country to Ukraine in this situation. You can see that in major cases, all displaced universities situated in the neighboring regions of Ukraine. It means, or even in the how to say, native regions of Ukraine. I call Lugansk Oblast and Donetsk Oblast as well, because a lot of universities trying to come back. Our university was from the first time moved to Vinnytsia. It's in the central part of Ukraine, and some of the universities were not moved, they were re-established in Kyiv. For example, Taurida National University in Kyiv, it was renovated in 2016. And also, it became not only the war as a movement of troops and the weapons, etc., etc. It's also the war of brands. It means that our clones are still working on the occupied territories with the same names. Maybe they a little bit changed for the purposes and under the legislation of the so-called People's Republic. And but we must say that the collaboration how to say, I call it collaboration. I mean, scientific, for example, it's a big problem for us because we have some kinds of investigations and researchers, for example, in natural sciences, which conducted by both sides. I mean, the persons who left the separatist controlled zone and who stayed there. And that is why, what should we do with such kinds of results? We must show them as a part of our scientific result. And that is why we have very strange situation, for example, in peer-reviewed journals, when we have two Donetsk National University with indication of affiliation, Donetsk National University Vinnytsia and Donetsk National University Donetsk, Ukraine. It's also the problem for, I think, for open science and for academic integrity as well, because in this way, somehow we try to recognize these unrecognized republics. But also the problem is the minds of the youth who are on the controlled by terrorists and separatist territories, and this struggle continued till 6 years concerning where should they go to enter the university, on the occupied territory controlled by separatists or on the territory of Ukraine. And usually they have the information from these territories. They said that we have no, I must say thank you to Alexander, that it's a really big problem for us to start at the new place, at not, how to say, equipped buildings, start the educational process to show that we are living. And you can see now on this slide the photo when our university was captured by pro-Russian separatists in September 2014, and they put the flag of New Russia, Nova Russia, on front of it, and it was the day when I understood that my university in Donetsk was died, unfortunately. But in 2016, it was established the Council of Rectors of displaced universities, and the main issue and purpose of functioning of such conferences, of such conference and Council of Rector, is to coordinate the activities of our educational institution of Ukraine, which were moved from the occupied territories. It's mainly the issues of functioning educational and scientific activities, different humanitarian and social components of the educational process. But also you can see it's the first meeting in the building of the Ministry of Education and Science of Ukraine, and we would say we do appreciate very much to Sergei Kvit, because he signed the decree of the ministry about our displacement from the Donetsk to Vinnytsia. And now we're still working in Vinnytsia and trying to do our best in this situation. But also we can say that Ministry of Education and Science cancelled all the licenses of all higher establishments and on these in the separatist controlled areas of Donetsk and Lugansk regions, and also in Crimea. And the same fate was for the all colleges, technical schools, and schools. And now all the students and pupils who graduated from these universities need to make a procedure of attestation and qualification on the territory of Ukraine, but in majority of, how to say, in continuity of the wars of brands in Russia, because, for example, the majority of clone universities provide diplomas of some Russian universities. And that is why the problem also is in this, that our students became Russian students, and usually we receive the letters from different recognition companies to approve or or not to approve the studying of such kind of persons in our universities and receiving of certain diploma, for example, bachelor or master's diploma. And also I would give you an opportunity. It was the big project under the how to say, with the international support concerning the Ukrainian displaced university. It's a 1 hour time movie about displaced university. You can see it on YouTube, on Facebook, and you will see it's in English with English subtitles, and you can hear all of these stories of displaced universities and of all displaced, how many stories, personal stories, and how many personal stories of university were and are in our history. And for us, for example, it was a new challenge to renovate and to find a new quality of educational and scientific process in the new territory, and somehow to gain the market share on the new conditions and on the new market. Thank you very much. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer them.
Thanks, Ilya, for such a presentation. And this is indeed a big issue for Ukraine. And 6 years have passed, but we still have this problem, and we definitely have to support these universities and do our best to help them in any way possible. But hope that our project is one of the instruments for such help. Okay, are there any questions from our participants? Okay, looks like there are no questions at the moment, so we will move forward. And as it has already been said, that open science is in very core of the OPTIMA project, and we are very lucky to have top-level European experts on our side. Let me invite Dr. Tony Ross-Helor, head of Open and Reproducible Research Group at Graz, TU Graz, Graz Technical University. Please, Tony, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Alexander. Just while I share my screen, let me assure our colleagues representing Erasmus Plus that we already are certain that we have dream coordinators. And just personally, coming here from Graz, how delighted I am to be involved in this project and to learn more about the context and the difficulties and the potential advantages that open science can bring to Ukraine. Okay, so I wonder, can you see my screen now?
Yes.
And in presenter mode, right?
Right, perfect.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so as Alexander has already said, open peer review in particular is quite central to the OPTIMA project, and this is one of the most innovative aspects of the project, I guess. So Alexander has asked me today just to give a short introduction to the concept of open peer review in the frame of open science, and kind of what it's trying to achieve, what it possibly can achieve, and what it can bring to the OPTIMA project. So to start by briefly defining peer review, we can define peer review as a quality assurance mechanism where scholarly work is scrutinized by others, and then their feedback and judgments are used to either improve works or to make final decisions regarding selection. So we associate it most obviously with publication, either in journals or books. Peer review is used, but it's used throughout academia, in fact, whether for conferences or for selecting funding allocation. And it can actually be used in a variety of contexts, including for educational resources and so on. And peer review is generally anonymous. So usually the reviewers are unknown to the authors. And sometimes the authors and the reviewers are unknown to each other. It's usually very opaque. So neither the process nor the reviews themselves are made public. So you can't actually see what processes have gone on behind the scenes, let's say. And it's usually very selective, where gatekeepers, so in the context of journals, for example, the editors are the ones who select reviewers. And so we can say then that peer review as it stands at the moment is generally a bit of a black box. We can't really see what's going on inside the process. Even some inside the process, such as authors, don't know, for example, the identities of their reviewers. And we can say then that decisions are made in the shadows. And when we put it like this, then the ways in which open science principles might be applied to peer review start to suggest themselves. And peer review is really the bedrock now of scholarly quality assurance. It's the gold standard, especially for publication, but for a lot of other processes. But it's not as old as we might think it is. In fact, journals like Nature, for instance, have only had formal processes of peer review where manuscripts are sent out to 2 external reviewers. This has only been a formal process for Nature since the 1970s. It's so ubiquitous in academia that we tend to take it for granted. It's like the sun, you know, but it is a process which is actually a lot newer than we think. And the second thing is there's lots of problems with it. It's a process that relies on human beings. And so, of course, there are problems with it of bias, accountability. It takes a long time. There's a lot of wasted effort behind the scenes. And so there are various ways in which we can imagine that it might be improved. And so open peer review, we should best understand as the application of open science principles and various principles to peer review systems. So principles like transparency, like participation, like collaboration. And bringing these principles to open peer review systems can be done in many different ways. And this is perhaps the most important takeaway from this presentation. So in the personal context, I was involved in a project for OpenAir in 2016, and I had to write a report about open peer review. And the first thing I did was try to get my head around what open peer review actually was. And I ended up realizing that very often people were talking about different things when they were talking about open peer review. And so I thought I would try to systematically define it, and I went through the literature, collected definitions, 122 definitions from various literature, and then I encoded them and found that there were actually 22 distinct configurations of 7 individual traits of open peer review, and I list them here. The primary aspects of open peer review are to open the identities, so to make authors aware of reviewers' identities, to open the reports, so to actually publish the peer review reports. But then there are other elements, such as, for example, open participation, where instead of gatekeepers inviting reviewers, more of a crowdsourcing approach can be taken, where reviewers can actually choose to contribute to processes. But there are also were a lot of other secondary aspects, and these are all elements which can be played around with, such as allowing more interaction either between the reviewers themselves to discuss the manuscript, or between the reviewers and the authors, to make the manuscripts available online ahead of publication, to allow commenting on final published versions, and even allow enabling open platforms, so away from kind of these monolithic systems. So you see that there are lots of different ways that we can open peer review. They don't always have to go together. And in fact, many of these things can be implemented on their own. So you can allow reviewers, authors to know who their reviewers are without publishing the reports. And you can make these things open at different times in the process. So this is one of the key difficulties that we'll face in the OPTIMA project, is configuring which open peer review system would be right for this context within Ukraine, within the context of the OPTIMA project and what we want to achieve. What should be made open and when should it be made open? And this is really a first task is for us as a consortium to decide this. So just to run through some of the pros and cons of these main elements of open peer review briefly. So where authors and reviewers are made aware of each other's identities, what could the benefits be and what might the pitfalls be? So the positives, you foster increased accountability and potentially quality if you link scholars' names to their judgments. If people know that they're putting their name to something, they're identifiable, then they act in different ways. This is a long-known psychological effect. Increased transparency could help identify and avoid conflicts of interest. And there might be, because of the use of names, a more civil language and a more constructive approach to review, both in reviews and responses. But this does come with potential negatives. So without the protection of anonymities, reviewers might not give their full opinion, either just because they don't want to be nasty, or because they might fear that, especially if it's a younger researcher reviewing an older researcher's or more senior researcher's work, they might fear that it might harm their career down the road. And the blind peer review, so where the reviewers aren't aware of the author's identities, does potentially protect reviewers from social biases. So if you're an author, a very young author, or an author from an underrepresented region, a double-blind review can be thought to protect you from some of these social biases during the review process. So the next trait would be open reports. As we said, this is publishing the contents of the reports. The positives, these reports contain really valuable contextual information. If you think that most peer reviews, average time is between 4 and 6 hours for a peer review, and these are from the leading experts in the field. If we actually paid reviewers for peer review as consultants or so, there would be a lot. These reviews would actually be a very expensive commodity, and yet they add very good contextual information to academic works, but at the moment these are just kind of put in the archives of publisher systems. They're not open to wider scrutiny, so the community can't actually see what processes went on. Making the reports public might increase review quality by encouraging if you know that the review will be put online later, you might invest more effort into it. It can help enable credit and reward for review work, and as we said, review isn't paid, so this is a major factor, just considering the overall sustainability of peer review itself. And they can act as a great resource for young researchers who are starting to peer review to actually learn what peer review looks like, what kind of is expected, and so on. Negatives, it could be more difficult to find reviewers if they know that the review will be published, and there might be undesirable exposure of criticism, maybe for early career researchers. One of the nice things, especially as an early career researcher, when you get your publications, is that they appear there online, and you're very proud of them. But if they then come attached with all this criticism and kind of you kind of can see how the sausage was made, this might be a negative for some researchers. And then finally, on this issue of open participation, where the wider community are able to contribute to the review process, the positives here, there can be greater inclusivity. Often there are quite closed communities. Editors know which reviewers they should ask to review which work, and this can kind of often be based on particular social circles. So open participation expands the potential pool of reviewers, including to non-traditional research groups. It can support cross-disciplinary dialogue and avoid this silo effect. And it increases the potential pool of reviewers. But negatives are, it's very difficult to motivate self-selecting commentators to take part and deliver useful critique. In these open participation systems, the median number of comments on a particular article is usually 0. It's very difficult to motivate people to actually go out of their way to review when they're not asked. And reviewers tend to leave less in-depth responses. It's often just comments on particular parts rather than this very structured critique that we see in peer review. And if there's too many voices, it could potentially just add noise to the discussion. I think I'll have just a couple of minutes left, so I'll just mention a couple more papers that we will rely on as we go forward to define the open peer review processes that are right for OPTIMA. So another paper that I was part of was looked into attitudes amongst researchers to open peer review. This was done in 2016. We got more than 3,000 responses from researchers across the globe. And it showed that open peer review is actually already mainstream. So more than 3/4 of our participants already had practical experience. Almost 2/3 thought open peer review should be common practice. And there was positive reaction to most of those traits that I've mentioned, especially opening up reports, opening participation, and also allowing greater interaction between reviewers and authors. But there was rejection of the idea of making open identities compulsory. And this is usually because of the potential negatives that I've already flagged. And so here, the advice I usually give is that it can also be made an option for reviewers to reveal their identities, but they perhaps shouldn't be made to. And then a final paper, which we conducted in the frame of a project called Open Up, is guidelines for the actual implementation of peer review. And here we adopted a quasi-Delphi method to work with journal editors with experience of open peer review processes to come up with a list of structured guidelines for implementing peer review. And the general advice is that you need to be very specific in your goals. You need to listen to the research communities and know kind of how, and be able to plan how they will react. You need to plan technologies and costs because these systems often don't exist. And if you need to build them, these are quite big investments. You need to often be pragmatic in your approach and be prepared to be flexible and perhaps even change in response to community feedback. Keep communicating with the communities that you're trying to reach, and most important, or one of the most important things, is to evaluate the performance, and especially in an academic way, because there just is not enough academic research, peer-reviewed research about peer review to enable us to know the best way forward in these things. So that is 15 minutes, and this is how you can reach me if you want to know more. Thank you very much, Alexander.
Thanks, Tony. Thanks a lot, and hope that this introduction was very useful for all of our participants. Indeed, academic evaluation and specifically open peer review are crucial for establishing quality. And we will try to also apply it not only to science, but also to education process. So we will experiment a lot during this project, I hope. But looks like we really have a nice experts in this regard. Thanks, Tony, again. Okay, so we also have some guests today who joined our meeting, and I want to invite some very special guests. Ms. Sonia Bielobaba, Vice President of the European Network for Academic Integrity in AI. Sonia, please, the stage is yours.
Привіт, Олександр, привіт, пані та панове. Я дуже радий бути запрошеним на цю стартову зустріч. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here today. And I have a small presentation to share with you that I hope you can see about academic integrity. I'm associated professor at the Center for Research Ethics and Bioethics at Uppsala University in Sweden, and also Vice President of the European Network for Academic Integrity. So today I'm planning to tell you a bit about contemporary issues in academic integrity in the European context. And the outline of this presentation is I'm going to tell you a bit more about the NI as an organization, then about academic integrity today. And I would also like to invite you to the conference that we are going to have in June. But first, the presentation of NI. So NI stands for European Network for Academic Integrity. And the purpose of NI is to support, to support higher education institutions to work together in the field of academic integrity. It all started as a project, Erasmus Plus Strategic Partnership Project, with 12 partner institutions from 11 countries. And the project was held between 2016 and 2019. But today we have 33 members and counting. So it's really becoming a large organizations with members from many, many different countries. And when it comes to activities we have as an organization, we have a web portal with resources. And I think you might find educational materials interesting, because there are several examples for courses, webinars, and different materials that you might want to use if you are developing courses. And it's free to use. We also have several guidelines for academic integrity that you also can find on our website. We are also trying to raise awareness about academic integrity with regular newsletters coming every 2 months. We have on Facebook and Twitter, if you prefer social media. We have annual conferences, and we really would like to invite you to present your research at our conferences. We have training events and workshops. We are really working quite a lot on research, especially in different working groups, and you can read more about our working groups and perhaps join them on our website. When it comes to members, we have members that are legal entities engaged in educational activities such as universities, and each member institution appoints a representative, but we also can be supported on the individual level. And how to become a member, fill the application form that's on our website, and if the board approves you and you pay a fee, which is not really large, you become a member. So why become a member? Because first of all, you're part of a network, and there are really good collaboration opportunities you have. But it also can be seen as a prestige thing, because you show that your institution takes academic integrity seriously and can be used as a marketing tool. You can also elect the board and influence the network. As a member, you have a discount on fees for NI events, and even for some events that are done by our sister institutions. You can organize conferences and events, and you have access to consultants, experts, mentors, and speakers. You also get regular newsletter, grant opportunities, and access to resources and online training. So we really would like to invite you to join us. So that was about NI. Now the second part of my speech today, it's about academic integrity today, current issues. So we can start with what is academic integrity. I always say that it's a very peculiar discipline because it is defined by what it is not. Usually we say, okay, no exam cheating, no plagiarism, no collusion, no falsification, no fabrication, no contract cheating. I mean, imagine if you were teaching anything else in that way, something like physics, by defining what it's not. It's quite peculiar. But when we define academic integrity in this way, how do we teach students? We give them a piece of paper, and what's on the paper? Please don't cheat, don't plagiarize, no collusion, no falsification, no fabrication, don't do any contract cheating or buying essays. And I don't think that's a good idea to define it in this way, because when we define academic integrity by what it is not, we focus on prohibition and correction of students' behavior. We focus on detection, we focus on punishment, but we never teach our students what to do instead. So, of course, there are other ways to define academic integrity. The International Center for Academic Integrity has chosen to focus on virtue ethics, and they define academic integrity as a commitment, even in the face of adversity, to 6 fundamental values: honesty, trust, fairness, respect, responsibility, and courage. So the focus here is on the virtues we want to install in our students. When it comes to INAI, we have another definition in our dictionary that you can find on our website, that academic integrity is compliance with ethical and professional principles, standards, and practices by individuals or institutions in education, research, and scholarship. And you can see here, it's not on the individual level anymore, but we talk about institutions as well. And we cover both education, research, and scholarship. So it's a bit different than telling students not to plagiarize. Another way to see academic integrity is that it's a key competence for sustainable development. And if you see, if you look at Agenda 2030 Sustainable Development Goals that United Nations have provided, you can find several connections to academic integrity. Goal number 4 is about quality of education. You can't have quality of education without academic integrity. Goal number 9 talks about enhancing scientific research, and under goal number 16, you can find a goal to substantially reduce corruption and bribery in all their forms. And those 3 goals are directly connected to academic integrity, but basically you can't have any other goals. You can't have any research and education without academic integrity. So you need it as a key competence to do any of these goals. And when we change this way of defining academic integrity, then we shift the focus to the preventive and pedagogical promotion of academic integrity. We teach students what to do instead, before they do some form of misconduct. So it's not prohibition anymore, it's pedagogical promotion. So how can we teach academic integrity? Well, I usually say that what we need is a holistic approach, because it's not enough to have a simple solution. You can write on a code, you can get your students to sign it, that they won't cheat, and everyone's happy, but they still don't know what to do. You can have a policy, or you can have a lecture on academic integrity in the beginning of their course, but I don't think that's enough, actually, to do just one thing. There's no simple solution to this. What is necessary, of course, is to have a policy with clear objectives and values and proactive approach. But not only the policy, you need to have an action plan. You have to see what is the vision of roles at the institutional level. What procedures are you going to have when it comes to prevention, detection, and even punishment? And you need to have a communication plan, because if you have policy and action plan, there's still a piece of paper. You need to communicate this to the whole different levels at the university, but both teachers and students and administrators and the leadership. So what I mean by a holistic approach is that there is a need to discuss academic integrity on 3 different levels, on the university level, but also department level and on the course level. On the university level, perhaps you have different departments: academic integrity unit, research ethics unit, disciplinary board, the library can be involved, the unit for academic writing, but also pedagogical development of teachers. All of these units should work together to enhance academic integrity. You can't just put it on the academic integrity unit and think that you have solved the problem. On the department level, you need to have a communication with university level. You need to foster a discussion and have a clear procedures what you're going to do. You have to give information to students, to teachers, and don't forget new employees. So it's not good enough just to give information once. And you need to involve your students, your faculty, and administrators in enhancing academic integrity. When it comes to the course level, teacher must know what role they have and what they need to do. I'm going to talk also about constructive alignment and why you need to involve students in this. So when it comes to the course level, what do you need as a teacher to know about academic integrity? First of all, be a role model. We are role models for students. So don't plagiarize yourself, of course. Be a role model, how to behave, how to do honest research, transparent research, and honest teaching and transparent teaching. That includes, for instance, don't plagiarize if you teach, don't plagiarize someone else's presentations. Don't be naive. That's the second part. I don't think people in Ukraine are naive. I live in Sweden and people here can be naive. They don't really expect people to cheat here. I know that you are probably not as naive. So what's important more for teachers? Know what academic integrity is and inform your students, because you are that bridge between these policy documents you have on the university level and your students. Inform them. Know how to discover misconduct and where to report it. Check your procedures. And integrate academic integrity in the curriculum on the course level. I don't think that's enough to have just a short lecture for each student in the beginning of their program about academic integrity. I actually think that academic integrity should be involved in all courses, because usually when someone plagiarizes a text or on the exam, that person wouldn't pass that test. But we usually don't have any learning outcomes or learning activities that tell us anything about this. We don't train our students. We don't train them how to cite and reference properly. We don't discuss these issues with them. We don't have it as a learning outcome. We don't have any learning activities. If you want example of learning activities, go to an IE website and see what educational material is there in order to learn your students how to do things properly and how to reference correctly. Because students are generally very scared. They don't know, most of them don't want to do it wrongly, but they don't know how to do it properly. So we have to really focus on developing academic writing skills. Of course, there are students who will cheat, but most of them don't want it. We want to catch that group and teach them how to do things properly. And involve your students. They're very smart. Choose students champions that can help you in enhancing academic integrity. Have an open discussion with them. Ask them for ideas how to improve academic integrity at your institutions. And last but not least, please join us and present your research and your project perhaps on our next conference, European Conference on Academic Integrity and Plagiarism. The conference is going to be online. It's organized by Mendel University in Brno, Czechia, and Uppsala University in Sweden. And it's going to be held between 9th and 11th of June 2021. And we have just extended the call for papers until March 15th. So please join us. And дуже дякую. And you have my email here.
Oh, thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Sonia. And yes, indeed, this European level view of academic integrity is very useful for us and very valuable. And indeed, we have to involve students in the right way and don't just punish them or tell them what is wrong, but also show them how to do it in the right way. Thanks a lot for this. And we will continue now our academic integrity part, and I want to invite Professor Natalia Stukalo and Mr. Artem Artukhov, who are already ready, as I can see, to make the presentation. I know that at the moment there is a meeting of national agency, and looks like you just stolen a minute to join us. So thanks a lot for this, and please start.
Yeah, thank you, Alexander. Yeah, hello from National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. Yes, that's absolutely right. So today we have a meeting of the agency, and we work on online. I mean, also we have leave sessions, so we have approved some accreditations, and now we have also discussions. So we are during the break joining you. So thank you very much for waiting for us and for fitting the schedule to our circumstances. And today we will present. Make presentation. It's a common presentation of both of us, and I will start if you allow, and then Artem Artukhov will follow up. Just some words about the role of National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance and academic integrity issues, and my part will be mainly devoted to the role of the National Agency and academic integrity compliance and study program accreditation. First of all, just a brief update on what National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance does regarding the academic integrity issues. To be brief, I just mentioned that we have, according to the national legislation, we have mandate not only regarding the study program accreditation, but also on compliance to academic integrity principles. So we in this part we develop the national legislation on academic integrity and implement the European standards in Ukrainian reality. So for instance, we have drafted law on academic integrity and some other documents like procedure for annulment of decision of specialized academic council to confer a research degree. We also introduce the practice of independent peer review, so it's important for us, and I noted that some colleagues mentioned the peer review approach, so it's very important part of our activities. We also do our best to offer policy on transparency and openness in order to build trustworthy reputation of the agency and also of the higher educational institutions which also introduce and implement the academic integrity principles in their work. We also promote independence and work within the concept of comprehensive university autonomy, because for us it's very important to that strong independent national agency wants to collaborate with the university, autonomous university, and vice versa. The autonomous universities, they need independent national agency in order to keep this balance in the higher educational system. We also review complaints regarding academic integrity cases and defend our decisions in the courts. It's a separate, part or topic to be discussed, because by this moment, all the cases where we confirm the plagiarism, we have them in the court, and the non-perfect court system in Ukraine. So we need to defend the decisions and need to prove that that we were right in all these cases. And we are also focused on the international cooperation, and we highly appreciate the support of foreign colleagues, of international experts, because they have good practices, and we would like to get these practices and implement them in Ukraine. So regarding our international cooperation, also very brief. So we are ICAE members this year, last year, 2020. In 2020, we became members of ICAE. We also have some, we are participant and partners in some projects. For instance, in this actually project, and we very happy and very proud that we are part of OPTIMA project, but we are also partners in Academic Integrity and Quality Initiative, Academic IQ project by American Council. We also have International Advisory Board, and 2 out of 9 members of International Advisory Board of our agency are well-known international experts on academic integrity. And we also looking for feedback and some feedback from international experts on our documents and our policies. So for instance, just one example, we have a USAID report enhancing academic integrity in higher education in Ukraine regarding the draft of the procedure of the annulment of the decisions of the academic councils regarding the papers where plagiarism is identified. We also signed memorandums of understanding with some anti-plagiarism companies and work together with them to develop, to provide some webinars, some support for our experts, for our universities, to develop, common practices and to share best practices. As I mentioned, we have consultations with international experts on specific issues, and also participate in a number of international conferences regarding academic integrity issues. And some words about academic integrity as a criteria for study program accreditation. So we have 2 criteria according to our documents and our procedures. We have 2 criteria out of 10 which are devoted or which promote academic integrity issues. So criteria 5, it relates to all levels study programs, I mean bachelor, master and PhD. It relates to creating a clear and easy to understand policy, standards and procedures are established at the university to observe academic integrity, and university is supposed to promote academic integrity and use relevant technological solutions and instruments to counteract violations of academic integrity. And also criteria 10, which relates to PhD programs only. So it is stressed that the university is supposed to ensure observance of academic integrity in research activities of supervisors and doctoral students. And in particular by taking measures to preclude the possibility of student supervision by persons who have committed violations of academic integrity. By this moment we have approved, within the last year we have approved about 2,000 accreditations of study programs, and what we have observed and what kind of conclusions and problems we have identified as a result of these accreditations. So first of all, academic integrity issues are not fully acknowledged and recognized, and we face some issues that some programs just stay in their self-assessment report. They states that no academic integrity issues have been identified in the study program, which normally is not true, because we know that a lot of cases when when there are academic integrity issues, but the universities and representatives of the study program don't want to recognize it. Then the next problem is formal local academic integrity policies, and they are not very effective in practice. They are just declared in the university documents, but they are not, they are not effective, really. Then we noted that there is lack of institutional reaction and systematic approach to academic integrity issues. Addressing, for instance, when the problems are identified, normally the universities create like commissions which confirms they are not guilty, or their teachers or students are not guilty in it, and just they prefer not to react, or they just defend and just try not to accept any issues or address them. Then we have also noted narrow understanding of academic integrity. So it means that normally only major plagiarism is considered to be academic integrity, and not other issues, for instance, like ghostwriting or some other problems. Then formal approach to agreements with anti-plagiarism companies. It means that universities sign agreements but don't make full check of all papers. And it's also lack of experts in academic integrity, and some very interesting questions like what is acceptable plagiarism score or something like that, when during the seminars we get such questions, which is also not acceptable, and we need to address these these issues. And what are perspectives regarding this? So what are the first, issues to be addressed? And first of all, academic integrity problems should be acknowledged and widely discussed, as what we do right now. And this project also is devoted to this. Then enhancing academic integrity, consultative and expert environment development. So we do promote trainings, teaching, advising, and so on and so forth, like colleagues said in the previous presentations, and also promoting in-depth understanding of academic integrity issues, and development of effective academic integrity policies and university academic integrity system. So regarding this point, I would like to pass the floor to my colleague Artem Artykhov.
Thank you very much. I will try to continue Nadia's thoughts about the way for creation of effective system for academic integrity ensuring on the national level and also on the university level. What I want to say, first of all, in 2019, National Agency presented the recommendations for universities on the development and implementation of the university academic integrity system. This document is only recommendations, not a normative guideline. Each university can create its own unique university academic integrity system. The main things that this system will ensure the implementation of national laws. For example, Article 42 on the law of Ukraine on education. And you can see some parts of these recommendations. And in my first part, I will try to present these recommendations on behalf of National Agency. The first one is the main description of the academic integrity system at the university level. It consists of 4 parts, and I will try to describe this university academic integrity system in a couple of minutes. The next one is the Code of Honor. It will be the Code of Honor for teachers, for students, maybe joint common code of honor. And code of honor is a model for correct relations, some type of rules. But code of honor is not the punishment tool. The next one point in our recommendation is the management of the academic integrity at the university and local levels. Some question: who is the main manager of academic integrity culture at the university level? Who provides the control of the process, some process of implementation of academic integrity issues on the local university, institution, faculty, and department level? What is the role of teacher in this history? And some other questions. The next one, academic integrity promotion group, some tasks and functions. We recommend to create as a part of a quality assurance division, quality assurance department, we recommend to create some academic integrity group, academic integrity promotion group. The next one is the Commission of Academic Integrity, Ethics, and Conflict Management. Responsibility for the observance of academic integrity and its violation. Some relationship between violation of academic integrity and some sanctions. The procedure for checking educational and scientific works of academic plagiarism. We need to create some procedure, some steps, starting for detecting of academic integrity violations, academic plagiarism, and finish to some punishment. The next one is measures, are measures for prevent violations of academic integrity in the educational and scientific activity of universities. And the last one is the declaration of academic integrity observance. Some rules and some confirmation of the desire to participate in the formation of academic integrity culture. And as Natalia said, we need to try some recommendations and create the academic integrity system at the university level. And my second slide and my second part will be about example of academic integrity system at the university level at the Sumy State University, and I will try to present it on behalf of my university. Okay, 5 blocks. The first one is normative base. As I said before, is some type code of honor. The system of quality assurance in the educational and scientific activity, provisions on academic integrity, and some other documents. Some normative base with procedures, methodology, some information about academic integrity and violations of academic integrity. The next one is information base. This block is about some issues of academic integrity in different countries, some issues of academic integrity in different universities, some methodology, some procedure, and what is the role of each participant of educational scientific process at the university level. We will try to create some roles. The next one is subdivisions and commissions. As I said before, it will be some academic integrity commissions and commission on ethics, integrity, and conflict management. The next one is implementation tools. For example, academic integrity website, the program of professional development for teachers, academic integrity and ethics in education and science, massive open online course, academic integrity, values, skills, actions, and successful stories, and some lectures by well-known graduates and employers. And the last one is the part of control tools. These control tools, for example, direct verification of different types of work, for academic plagiarism in accordance with the established normative base, accordance with the first block of university academic integrity system, and different type of surveys. Surveys for participants of educational and scientific process, surveys for students, surveys for managers, and for teachers, of course. And what I want to say at the end of my speech, academic integrity is not only normative base, some paper, some documents. Academic integrity is a state of mind. We want to provide some academic culture on the different levels, on the university levels, on the national levels. And we try to do it best, and we want to achieve the pure academic culture in Ukraine and at university and at university as a part of university, etc., etc., etc. Thanks a lot, and if you want to ask some questions, we are glad to answer it.
Thanks a lot to our national association, national agency representatives. Okay, Artem, could you please stop sharing your presentation?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Just a second.
Thanks a lot. And I just want to see if we have any questions. Looks like no questions at the moment. Thanks a lot. And I think that this is a very important topic. And oh, Olesya, please.
No, it is not question, sorry.
You just checked the functionality. Okay, I see. Dear all, we have our next presentation is extremely important, but it looks like we are a little bit tired at the moment. So what I suggest is that we move our next presentation by Svetlana Krakovska from National Antarctic Center to the second part of our meeting. So we will continue our kickoff meeting at 2 p.m. Central European time. It's 3 p.m. Kyiv time. And the first presentation will be the presentation of Professor Krakovska. And now let us use this 45 minutes for a short break and prepare for a continuation of our kickoff meeting. We have so many amazing presenters today. Let me thank all of you. And it's it's not strange for me that the event needed more time than we expected. Thanks again, and see you in 45 minutes here online. Dear all, welcome back to our meeting. Hope you can hear me.
Yeah, here.
Very good. And hope you use this chance to relax a little bit. And by the way, Irina Kuchma, thanks a lot for this amazing live tweeting. Now, if you go to our Twitter account, you can see lots of tweets describing all the presentations, and it was made timely and in a very good way. Thanks, Irina.
Thanks everyone for wonderful presentations. It was an easy job to do.
Okay, so let us move to our presentation. Unfortunately, we had to move presentations of Svetlana Karkovska from the first part of our meeting to the second one, but still we are very much looking forward to it. So this presentation is on climate change, as this is one of the very important aspects of our project. Okay, Svetlana, the stage is yours, please.
Okay, so good afternoon. Can you see my screen?
Yes, everything perfect.
Okay, good. I'm really very happy to be at this meeting and to greet all participants of this project, OPTIMA. And when I was invited, actually, for me, it was really interesting how we will connect really climate change and open science. But after I discovered a lot of, in fact, points of conjunction, let's say. Well, first of all, I represent here National Antarctic Scientific Center in this project, but in fact, I work as head of Applied Climatology Laboratory in Ukrainian Hydromet Institute, and most of my work on climate change actually was from this institute. And recently, I became a leading author of this sixth assessment report for Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, and I will say a lot about this in my coming slides. But first of all, I just want to show again, because we already saw this picture of 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And this time I want just to point your attention to this 13th goal, which is named climate action. And in fact, I just want to emphasize that it's not climate change, but climate action. And what we think about this goal, so the goal 13 states that we need to take urgent action to combat climate change and its impacts. So it's recognized as one of these goals, and it is not, in fact, so it's really, I will prove that it's really very urgent, and we need to do, and we need this action. Last time I was invited many times to give lectures to different audience, and usually I start from these pictures, these stripes, and I ask my audience, what is it? And just ask, like, is it art? Well, somehow, for sure, it's art. It's color, different colors. It's from blue to reddish. But then I say that it's actually, it is change of global temperature. First one, upper panel, and this down panel is for Ukraine. So it means difference of annual temperature from period of 5180. And in this case, people say, okay, so it's science in this case. But in my opinion, actually, it's just show us crisis. Why? I will explain. So here you see a slider, and each slider goes this one by one, all the stripes. And you see how it was in this last more than 150 years, in fact. And I just want to point your attention to the slider and to see that scale goes from -0.2, but almost for 1. What it means? it means that natural variability actually usually goes to to this plus minus 0.2 degrees. So now we see 1 degree of warming, and what we see again here, we see that it goes very, very fast in these years. For Ukraine, it is not so maybe obvious as for global temperature because we have different regional characteristics. But if we go here, so it's another art from scientists, let's say, and here we see global temperature goes, and here disintegrated this temperature over continents and over actually countries. And here we have Europe and the different countries as Ukraine, for example, here, and other European countries you will see. And now you see that you cannot see any blue colors from 80s, let's say. And the last year at this picture, it's 2019. And you see that it was the warmest year in Europe. And in Ukraine, for example, this anomaly of temperature was 2.4 degrees, in fact. So here we can just state, so it doesn't matter where you live. So this climate change is everywhere. So just to explain you, it's very clear. But how do we know all these things? Just because meteorologists were very curious and very smart enough, let's say, to understand that weather doesn't have any borders. And in order to forecast what will be next day, what we want to know, not only next day, but next week or next even month, we need to know what's going on globally, in fact. So in 1873, this International Meteorological Organization was found, but now it calls World Meteorological Organization, and it was actually established just to understand how weather works, actually, how it's formed. And this World Meteorological Organization now has a very good global observance system, as it's now called. And it includes a lot of different measurements. This measurements from ground-based measurements like surface stations, radar, different it's in ocean because ocean covers most of our planet. It's automatic station, and it's a lot of data. It's satellite for sure. It's a lot of data, in fact. And all this data goes to special data centers. We have a few of them as meteorologists, and needs a lot of computing capacity to process this data and to do all these forecasts. And I want to say that actually meteorology was the first science needed a lot of this capacity for data. Data processing was actually developed on the request of meteorology for many years. And only recently, actually, biologists actually say they need now more capacity because they start to decode DNA. Well, then going back to this World Meteorological Organization, just to show you that it is now in this United Nations system. And another actually organization, which is named United Nations Environmental Program, they established in more than 30 years ago another organization which is named this Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. In fact, it was established on the request of governments because in the 70s start to appear literature about climate change and possible consequences of rising greenhouse gas emissions in the atmosphere. And governments, they wanted to know how it will impact all our life and everything on the earth. So in this 1988, this organization was established. And then the task of this organization actually was to assess literature. In fact, to assess this peer-reviewed literature. So we already heard Tony's presentation about this peer review process. And actually, in this organization, we rely on this literature. And you see this arrow, which is growing very, very fast, I should say, and it's represents number of literature devoted to climate change. And during this whole period of working of this organization, already they produced 5 assessment reports. So they called assessment report because they assess literature. So they not produce new science, they just put expert judgment on this peer-reviewed literature, fully rely on all literature published across the world. And all of these reports, actually, they had very big impact on our life, I would say, in fact. So because after the first this report, this United Nations framework on climate change convention was established. Then it was second report resulted in Kyoto Protocol, and then it was in third report it was stated that we need adaptation. So we cannot actually. So anyway, we will need adaptation to climate change. So climate change is real. And the fourth report actually was says that this 2 degrees limit, which over which if we go, so we will have very big consequences in our ecological system. And this report actually got Nobel Prize in 2007. And the last report and this, fifth resulted in Paris Agreement, in fact. Well, now we are in the 6th cycle where I joined this group of experts, and I will show just this picture. So we last week actually we had this meeting with over 150 actually more experts all over the globe, and we produce this now 6th assessment report, and it's a very actually interesting experience for me, and I will be happy to share my experience because last year we work fully virtually, and it was a big challenge for all of us due to these time differences, language, cultural differences, and we were learning just on the way, and we are now about to produce this new report. But in fact, I wanted just to show you these 3 reports already produced by this group, because they are very, very important for all of us, I would say. So the first report is about global warming on 1.5 degrees, and it was prepared on the request of Paris Agreement, in fact. So it was one of the points. There are bullets, actually, of this agreement to ask scientists what is it possible, or what is the difference of 1.5 and 2 degrees. And in this report, actually, I was review editor, so it's another interesting role, because all work of IPCC is open for commenting, for reviewing, from experts. And when I was working for this report, for example, we had something like 7,000 or 8,000 of comments from reviewers. And I just comment that our work in progress of working group 2 just a few weeks ago got 40,000 of comments from experts. And it's a lot of work for authors to answer and to account for all of these comments. So it's indeed very open process. But what I wanted to show you, these few messages, which is maybe simple, but actually they're based on very, very solid actually science. And they are very simple from one point of view, but it just say about this urgently action we need to do. So you can read it. So every bit of warming matters. It means every 10th of degree matters. Every year, if we will postpone our action for every year, so it will cost our next generation a lot of efforts to overcome this 10th of degrees. So every choice matters. And if we go to other reports, so another report on land, so it is just to acknowledge that we live on this land. This land is our human pressure, anthropogenic impact, but we can actually change this land use, and it will be part of the solution. And if we go to ocean and cryosphere, which is more relevant to Antarctic Center, I represent actually. So it's again acknowledge that ocean. It's doesn't matter where you live, in fact, but oceans sustain us because it's a big source of food. There is under pressure too, because we can see warming of oceans up down to 2,000 meters, in fact. And actually, what again? So we need to act now. Just to show that, I guess you will see more when my colleague will represent Antarctic Center. But here it's just to summarize what we see at our Antarctic station, Academic Vernadsky. We clearly see climate change, and we see it in different ways. Let's say, so we see, for example, I've been at this station more than 20 years ago, and I never saw at that time some grass, but now it's actually biological research on this grass in Antarctica. So we see this melting of glaciers, we see temperature rising of 3 degrees. It's a lot. I talked about global warming of 1 degree. So just to show this temperature again for our station has the longest actually records in Antarctic Peninsula region from 1947. So we actually, based on these records, we can judge about climate change. And in this case, it just shows that most warming comes from winter temperatures. So it means that in winter we see melting of glaciers, and they cannot recover. In fact, because in winter we have much warmer temperatures now. And sure, most of us, as we saw from Ukraine, so it's my part of my work, and most of my work actually was about Ukraine. So here it's first row, it goes from observations. So it's actually change what we already experienced from past to our very recent period. And in January, this temperature, we have a very big rise of temperature. And then it's projections, in fact, so in the future, because I made it about 10 years ago, in fact. And in this case, just to show you that it's made by a special scenario, which calls stress A1B. I will not go deeply, maybe one other presentation, but just to show, to say that it's so-called balanced scenario. So it is not the worst scenario. So it just about that to the middle of the century, we will have 50% of renewable and fossil sources of energy. Well, but you see that it dramatical changes we expect with this scenario. And just to point you that we will not see, let's say, this very big changes from recent period to our current period, in fact, but we will see it to the middle of the century, just to point your attention. And if we see another temperature in the summer, you see again almost the same tendency. But if we go to precipitation, we see that the most dramatical changes just in Carpathian. We see, so we have less precipitation in annual means, but not too much differences in other seasons, let's say. But anyway, since we have so high temperature, we will have more evaporation, and it will lead to more aridity of climate, in fact, and it will proceed from south to north part of Ukraine, and it's really needs a lot of adaptation. So just to point out on this. And coming to a very different actually topic, that because actually it was research in 2018 with a previous president, let's say, because many times I've got these questions about this country. Well, but so I prefer to show that anyway. So you see, almost 80% of Americans, they admit that children need to know about causes, consequences, and solution of climate change. And just to point that where they have more impact, they have more actually awareness about this. And about causes, just to show you and to confirm maybe for to those who say something that it was many times in past. So it shows that it's 800,000 years ago. It's from Antarctic again, ice cores. And it's very clear correlation between concentration of CO2 and temperature. And just to point that it's outdated, because it's now we have much more than 400 ppm of concentration of CO2. So you see that never in this history, and never in actually in history of human life, we had such levels of CO2 at the planet. And now goes again to maybe some scientific art and some open data, in fact, just to show you how it goes. So it's a website. If I go there, you will see this just, everyone can see how it proceeds. I mean, all of this, I don't know why it is not, yeah. So just to point here 3 characteristics. So you have concentration, which starts from pre-industrial time, and you see how it's monotonically just rising. And here temperature for different months, just to show that it's not only annual, and our carbon budget. So it means, so if we want to stop global warming at 1.5, we have not so much actually to emit in the atmosphere. Well, and if to see other part of this let's say website, you see how it go in global. And I just want to point your attention that first goes emission, and then this emission was rising, but more dramatically start from the Second World War with industrial boom, let's say, and then concentration started to rise 20 years after. And here temperature again. So here I didn't say before, but it's natural cycles of about 60 years. And you see these cycles, 1, 2, and now we should have a third cycle. But instead, we see just a rising temperature. So that's why I pointed your attention on this difference between. So now we are in natural cycle of cooling, but anyway, we see only warming. So with that, actually, I want to thank you. And sorry, I guess I'm a bit over time, but well, I hope it was helpful for you.
Yes, Svetlana, thanks a lot for this amazing presentation. And it's a really important topic, because you said that you thought how to connect open science with these global warming issues, but you don't have to connect because it's everywhere. And if you live on the planet Earth, you're already connected, unfortunately, to this issue. I hope that we will work together on this, and I hope OPTIMA project will help mitigating this global challenge. Thanks a lot again. Dear friends, we are now moving to the presentation sections of our partners, and we have a small request from National Association of Quality Assurance of Ukraine to present, so they want to present, be the first to present, because they have, as we already know, they have the organization meeting and they don't have so much time. So I invite Professor Natalia Stukala to make the presentation. Please, Natalia.
Thank you very much. Thank you for considering the situation. As you know, we have meeting now, and I'm trying to join you within the breaks. let me briefly introduce the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance. So first of all, background, how agency was created. It was established due to the law on higher education in 2014, but unfortunately the first personnel composition didn't have an official start, so there were no any activities, and due to some reasons, and only in 2017 the law on education improved the procedure of NACA member selection, and in December 2018 the new personnel NACA composition was elected, and we started the official activities in February 2019, so just 2 years ago. And today, so we, working for two years, and everything, all the procedures, all the documents, everything was developed starting from the 0 point in February 2019. According to the strategy of the National Agency for Higher Education Quality Assurance, the mission of the agency is to become a catalyst for changes in higher education in Ukraine, to create quality culture. And on this slide you see our values. So as I mentioned in our first presentation, and now you can see the additional point that we believe in trust, in partnership, in academic integrity, transparency. Actually, academic integrity is our key value. So we really do our best to include and to follow academic integrity principles in all our procedures and in all our documents. And other values you are welcome to see here, and also at our website more details are provided regarding this. According to the legislation, our mandate is accreditation of study programs at 3 levels, accreditations of thesis defense committees, also accreditation of independent agencies, and also institutional accreditation. Just should mention that accreditation of defense committees, independent agencies, and institutional accreditation is still in process of development. So we started just accreditation of study programs and have already completed 2,000 study programs accreditations. But the other issues are under development. We are also responsible for compliance with academic integrity, development of university rankings, and also some other activities, including annual report on state of higher education in Ukraine, and development of educational policy regulations, agreeing higher educational standards, and so on and so forth. So as you see, NACA mandates integrate the accreditation, so higher education quality assurance and academic integrity, and I think it's important in the context of our project, OPTIMA project. Our structure is the following. So we have 23 elected members, and we formed the secretariat, which includes more than 60 staff units, and we have also formed subject area councils, which develop the decisions for us to approve. So we have, according to the Ukrainian system, we have 29 subject areas, and we have 29 subject area councils, but actually now we have 30 because the first subject area is too wide, and it's education and psychology and some other issues. So we have divided them into two, splitted them into two. We also have trainers who help us to train accreditation experts. And by this moment, we have almost 4,000 accreditation experts. Actually, our trainers were trained by KA2, which is British Quality Assurance Agency, and it was the project with the British Council, and it was very helpful for us, and our trainers were trained according this the approach of KA2. So actually, these are the key points about the agency. Of course, I can, present for hours our agency and explain how we proceed and how we work and how much we have done. However, of course, I think during the project we will get to know each partner better. So you can see here the QR code with my contact details and also with the link to the NALCA website, and you're welcome, very welcome to ask any questions. Actually, by this moment we are members of four international organizations, including ENCA affiliate and also other two quality assurance international organization in KA2 and SENCA. But we are also member, as I mentioned in my first presentation, we are member of ICAIA, which is also very important sphere of activities for us. So thank you very much for attention and thank you for understanding and considering our today's circumstances. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Natalia. We have nice partner. It's a national level partner, and I hope that they will contribute much to the project and will help with, of course, project quality assurance, which is very logical, and results dissemination. Thanks again. And now we start to our presentations of our partners from program countries. And I want to invite Tony Roshalor to present Technical University of Graz. Please.
Thank you, Alexander. This one. Can you confirm you can see my screen?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay, so I'm very happy to present our institution to you today. And this is on behalf of me and my, well, my whole team, but especially Stefan Reichmann. Stefan, can you switch your camera on and give everybody a wave? Say hi. Stefan will be heavily involved in the project. Others will just be contributing a little. So I have to say, with the sun shining, I was very, very sad when I got up this morning thinking that we could be in Lviv there for this kickoff. I know. And also very, very sad that we can't welcome you to Graz in March for the first workshop, that we'll have to do that online as well. Although it is going really well online, it would be nice to welcome you. And we still cross our fingers for the autumn. So Graz, in case you don't know, and I should say that I'm not a Graz native, I'm actually from Scotland, but I've been here since 2017. Graz is the state capital of the province of Styria, or Steiermark, located in the southeast of Austria. We have almost 300,000 inhabitants. I always say it's like a Goldilocks town. It's not too big, not too small, and a very relaxed atmosphere. You will really like it when you come here. We have 8 higher education institutions here, though, and 60,000 students, which means maybe contributes to the relaxed atmosphere. So our institution is Graz University of Technology, and we're the second largest university of technology in Austria. Here are just some facts and figures about us. So we have 13,500 students, of whom almost 2,000 graduate each year, 1,700 academic staff, 1,000 support staff. Our budget from the Austrian ministry is about 165 million a year, but we also bring in about 80 million in third-party funding. Produce lots of publications and patents, obviously, and have quite a lot of Horizon 2020 grants, including ERC grants. Our university structure, we're composed of 7 faculties, which are made up of 97 individual institutes. It covers some science, but lots of technology and engineering. We also have a faculty of architecture, and our institute is located within the Faculty of Computer Science and Biomedical Engineering. Our institute is called Institute of Interactive Systems and Data Science. Our head is Professor Stephanie Lindstad. And here on the organogram, you'll see it's composed of a lot of teams covering a wide range of issues, actually. The mission of the Institute is to unite research on all aspects of artificial intelligence to make systems interactive and adaptive to humans based on big data, and to support humans to interactively create insights from big data. We have, I think at the moment, almost 100 researchers, including many full professors, associate professors, and so on. And here in the bottom right-hand corner of the organogram, you'll see my group, which is the Open and Reproducible Research Group, working at the interface between interactive systems and data science. So this is us at the moment. We actually have a job open at the moment. So if you know anyone with interested in open science and reproducibility, please get in touch. So we have been a group since 2019. We are across the TU Graz, and as well as the KNOW Center, which is a competence center for big data analytics, which is connected to our institute. I have the pleasure of leading. Stefan is with us. He's, as well as doing research with us, he's also a PhD student. He's looking at issues of so taking a sociological approach to the implementation of research data management. We also have Thomas Klebel and Nikki Cole, and lots of associated researchers from across the institute. And our aim is to use evidence-based and computational approaches to make research cultures more open, transparent, and participatory. So we have competences in philosophy, in sociology, and information science. We use this to research services, policies, tools to investigate and foster the uptake and evaluation of open science practices. These are the areas that we study. So looking at research publications, models for open access, and also for peer review, looking at research data systems, ways to open up research methods in order to enable research integrity and research impact. Our current projects with the coordinators, I am the coordinator of a Horizon 2020 project called On Merit, which is looking into effects of cumulative advantage, so in the transition to open science. So actually assessing the transition to open science and seeing who's really benefiting with the working assumption that it may be the traditionally advantaged institutions and groups who stand to benefit first, which is something that the equity agenda of open science kind of means we should try to work against. We also are involved in Transpose, which is a grassroots initiative to build a crowdsourced database of journal policies, especially about open peer review, but also about other things. It's now a searchable resource with more than 3,000 individual journals. And at the moment, we're just wrapping up a project with the Knowledge Futures group in Boston, as well as ASAP Bio, which is to create doc maps, a framework for how to describe editorial events in a machine readable format, regardless of whether they happen on preprint servers or on overlay platforms or within publishing manuscript submission systems. And former projects, so of relevance here, we were work package leads on OpenUp, which was looking at new methods, indicators, and tools for peer review in impact measurement and dissemination of research. But our group was also the incubator for the research data management services here at TU Graz. So we also bring these competences. Until recently, I was coordinator of Fair Data Austria, which is a €3 million project to implement fair data in Austria, a led strategy for the Digital TU Graz initiative. And we also helped build a platform called Cyverse, which is like a Dockerized container system for data analytics. Our contributions to Optima, we're leading 2 work packages, so I'll take the lead on work package 1. And Stefan will lead on work package 3. We bring, like I say, broad competences, and other members of my team, as well as other invited experts will contribute to our, will make up our contribution. So this is how to get in touch with either of us. Stefan, do you want to say anything? Do you want to just say hello briefly?
Yeah, many thanks for the presentation, Tony. Hi, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be a part of this consortium. So I look forward to working with you all. Thank you.
You'll hear more from Stefan tomorrow. He'll do the work package presentations. Thank you. Sasha, over to you.
Thanks, Tony and Stefan. It was a pleasure and very interesting presentation, to be honest. It's impressive and shows you very high competence in all our, in many of our aspects, and we are glad, of course, to have you in consortium. And I just can tell you that we are looking very much forward to working with you. Okay, our next partner, which we also want to start actually working with, is Université Côte d'Azur. And I see that Aurea is here. Aurea Coffignon is here with us, who was previously one of the Eurodoc Open Science ambassadors. And now she is representing her university. And Aurea, the stage is yours, please.
Thank you, Alexander. There is also Madonna Lamazien with me, who will be both presenting Université Côte d'Azur. Thank you.
Hi, Madonna.
Hi. Hi, everybody. I will try to share my screen. Just let me know if you see our presentation.
Everything is perfect.
Okay, great. So good afternoon, everybody. Thank you very much for having me today. I'm really glad to be a part of this extraordinary project, and I look forward to witnessing fruitful outcomes of OPTIMA projects in the nearest future. So today, on behalf of University Côte d'Azur, my colleague Aurea and I are going to present you some key figures regarding research and internationalization of our institution and our contribution to the OPTIMA project in terms of open science, open education, and open access. So the University Côte d'Azur has very strong research infrastructure. Therefore, more than 4,200 people are involved in research, specifically in the highly classified laboratories. Thanks to a very strong international profile of University Côte d'Azur, we have almost 500 active research and training partnerships in various fields. It is also very important to mention that our researchers had received more than 120 international and national awards, and these trends are hopefully increasing. We have also a very dynamic, innovative infrastructure within the local and economic, with the local and economic stakeholders. So related to this point, currently the University of Côte d'Azur is a holder of almost 60 patents and 40 licenses. So in terms of internationalizations, the total amount of students at University Côte d'Azur is almost 30,000 students, and among this number, 5,000 students studying currently at our institution, they are from abroad. And besides this very strong point of international mobilities at our university, our institution plays an important role regarding the TATHIS co-supervision within and with the international partnership with the different foreign countries. It is important to mention that the international activities where our institution is involved, they actually established thanks to different partnership with more than 400 partners, 400 different universities within 60, almost 60 foreign countries. And finally, what I would like to mention is that University Côte d'Azur is involved in more than 100 international projects funded by national and European funds, especially by Horizon 2020 and Erasmus Plus program. And all the projects where University Côte d'Azur is involved, they cover very various topics, including hematology, internationalization of higher education institutions, development of new curriculum in different domains, also strengthening research and ethics and research integrity, health, including e-health, employability, virtual mobility, and of course, open science and open education, as well as open access. And for this last point, I guess my colleague Aurea can give you some examples of our expertise. So I guess for me, it is all what I wanted to share with you. So Aurea, the stage is yours, please.
Yep, sure. Thank you, Madonna. I will continue with UCS contribution to OPTIMA project. So maybe with the next slide, thank you. So Université Côte d'Azur will be in charge of training future trainers in active and innovative pedagogical practices related to open science, open access, open fair data, and data management. To this end, University Côte d'Azur will organize a one-week training in spring this year and a one-week training in spring the next year, involving all the partners. This training will be associated with the implementation of an annual event in our university, the Open Science Week, that started in June last year and was online because of the pandemic. Of course, this year again, the format will be adapted to the pandemic. So we are a team of 7 people directly involved in OPTIMA project. As a Eurodoc Open Science Ambassadors and project manager at Université Côte d'Azur, I will coordinate the open science and open access content with Natalia Timus, who will be in charge of the open educational resources. We also have 2 logistic coordinators, Madonna Lamazian here and Clément Moreau for administration and finance. And also 3 experts, Gabriel Galezo, who is a training maker in open science, Thomas Guillemot in open peer review, and Sote Araseang, who is also a Eurodoc Open Science Ambassador, working at our university as doctoral candidate, and he developed a strong expertise in data stewardship. So in addition, UCL will bring its expertise and advice through its active participation in the different missions and events of the OPTIMA project, and for the development of a training program in open science for doctoral candidates in Ukraine, and that will actually benefit to all of us. So from our side, we will share good practices related to open educational resources. There are different initiatives related to education for sustainable development of teaching, and they are all about sustainability and sustainable education. We are trying to link them to have a strong model that could be duplicated. And recently, Natalia Timus represented our university in European University Association on this topic. The result will be published soon, so we will be happy to share it with you and to talk about it. Our university is also contributing with MOOC for virtual universities. There are many events related to this, and the Ministry of Education in France also invite French universities to open and work on this kind of platform. UCA is also partner in the Erasmus Plus Minerva project, which is coordinated by Natalia Timus. Maybe you will see it on the next slide, please. Yep.
Sorry.
Thank you. So this is Minerva project, and also in the RANAM project, we are developing online training in open science, open access, and data management. Tarasiang and I are involved in this project, coordinated by Gabriel Galezo and related to Oberhead project, the open badge ecosystem for the recognition of skills in research, data management, and sharing. So we also have a very interesting local initiative created by researchers from our university, which is a peer community in platform, co-founded by Thomas Guillemot, also involved in OPTIMA project. And this platform is a non-profit scientific organization that aims to create specific communities of researchers reviewing and recommending for free unpublished preprints in their field. So we are very excited to have the opportunity to share experience on these different projects and also to learn from you, share good practices through OPTIMA project. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Madonna and Aurea. Hope we will be able to work together on this, and your expertise is extremely valuable for our project and for all the partners. Hope we will be able to meet not only online in the future, so we will finally be able to collaborate. Thanks a lot. Could you please stop sharing your screen? Okay, thanks a lot. And now I want to invite our partners from a very special university for us, at least, because Wrocław University of Science and Technology is a long-term partner of Lviv Polytechnic. And to say more, Lviv and Wrocław are very connected in many, many ways. I don't want to talk for maybe too long, but we can discuss this, of course, in another atmosphere and in another place, which I hope we will be able to. And let me invite Wojciech Wodo, representative of Wrocław University of Science and Technology, to make his presentation. Wojciech, the stage is yours, please.
Thank you very much, Alexander. Good afternoon, everybody. Dear colleagues, it is a pleasure to be here and say a few words about our university and those connections. So let me elaborate on that. Let me share with you my presentation here. I would like to make sure that you could see the presentation.
Yes.
Great. So before I start, I would like to mention that the rest of the Wrocław University of Science and Technology team are here with me on the meeting. So Martyna Grzegorze and Katarzyna Wartalska. So we are a strong representative team here. So just let me give you a flavor of the history. So as Alexander already mentioned, that our universities are pretty close to each other from the very, very beginning, because the Wrocław University of Science and Technology bears the legacy in terms of infrastructure from the Technische Hochschule Breslau, but more important, from the intellectual and research tradition from the Lviv Polytechnica National University. So this is very, very important for us. And here you can see in a corner the very first Polish lecture in 1945 after World War II. So here's our university starts, and let me give you a short overview of our university. So boost in numbers, to give you just a flavor of the scale of the university, we get about 25,000 students, and including about 2,000 of international foreign students. And we got almost 1,000 PhD candidates. And we try really hard in human resources aspects. That's the way we could have these labels of HR excellence in research, and we are really proud of that. So the recruitment processes at our university is really, really transparent. And thanks to that, we got a lot of research fellow from abroad. So this is very good for international field of studies, and the number of international field of studies is growing annually. So this is really, really important for our university. From the perspective of the national and international rankings, we could say that it depends on the criteria, but the Wrocław University of Science and Technology, it's in a top 5 of national rankings, and it it tells us that we are pretty good, but there is still some room for improvements, right? So we hope that thanks to our OPTIMA project, we could a little bit accelerate our position here. And we got 13 faculties at our university, and we got a dozen of different fields of studies. Among them, there are typically, technological ones like mechatronics, mechanics, electronics, computer science, and physics, and etc., etc. A whole bunch of different field of studies across many disciplines. So this is relatively large university. To give you a flavor of the scale, it is the biggest university in Wrocław and one of the biggest in Poland. And in terms of international cooperation, because this is a very important aspect of our university, and our goal is to accelerate this branch of activities at our university, we got a lot of mobilities programs and different activities encouraging students and other universities to cooperate with us. So here you got some numbers on our employees arrivals, or students, or our students, or foreign students. As you can see, the numbers are relatively small so far in terms of the size of the university. That's the way we would like to benefit from our common experiences in order to accelerate this branch, because we think that international cooperation is crucial for a development of the university, of European university, or worldwide university these days. And we are trying to be a modern university, so we incorporated a lot of new electronic based solutions, but I would like to focus on three very important parts here. So the Center for Scientific and Technical Information, the Wrocław Center of Technology Transfer, and our Congress Center, because we will benefit from these three centers at our university during the project. So I just leave you this slide for a further consideration. I just would like to tell you about the activities of the Center of Technological Information. So as you can see here, there are a dozen different activities that the center are taken place in the center, and we will be able to benefit from part of them. So this is a crucial asset for our contribution to the project, because we could benefit from these laboratories and expertise of experts of Center of Information and Technology here. Regarding our program, our contribution will be basically in the field of web development and web accessibility and event management. This is our field of expertise here. We would like to help you and share with you our expertise on the virtual reality, UX and UI designing part, GDPR aspects, and we would like to also present you how to use our laboratories in order to develop and implement the open peer review service, and of course the MOOC contents. And we would like to also give you an opportunity to benefit from our research laboratories facilities and its equipment. So I hope that we will be able to meet in real in Wrocław and physically get access to our laboratories. And there is a little of disclosure here. So we are warming up for the new workshop that we are preparing for you. So there will be 2 workshops, and we plan 24 hours of classes. And their classes will be including the subject as web development and web accessibility, and auditing and designing the user interface and user experience. And as I said, the GDPR compliance. And the very first one would be focused on the user-centered product design. So we will be focusing on designing the user experience, and we would like to understand how the user is perceiving the product or the service. So it's very important to understand that. Thank you very much for your attention. And here is our boost team. So Martyna Grzegorzek, Katarzyna Wartalska, and me. Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot, Wojtek. Looks like you know very well what you are speaking about. It's very coherent and structured, and I really hope that both of our organizations and all of the partners will benefit from our cooperation. Thanks a lot for this. And
thank you.
Yes, we really hope that we will be able to meet in Wrocław and Lviv and in many other cities of our partners, of course. And we are now moving to international organizations, which are a very important part of our consortium. And let me invite Irina Kuchma, who is representing IFL. Please, Irina.
Thanks a lot, sir. Let me... Yeah, I hope you can see my slides. IFL is very happy to be part of OPTIMA project, because what OPTIMA is doing is at the heart of IFL. And IFL was one of the original signatories to the Budapest Open Access Initiative that coined the term open access. And we're very happy to see the movement growing and to support the movement. And we work with National Library Consortia in Europe, Asia, and Africa to enable access to knowledge. And Ukraine is one of our partners, and we are very happy about that. We also collaborate with other countries in Europe on projects, in addition to over 40 countries where we have established relations with National Library Consortia. And one of examples of that project is Open Air, which Tony already mentioned earlier. And Open Air is an open science infrastructure in European Open Science Cloud, and IFL coordinates training activities, open science training activities in Open Air project. And we also coordinated training, open access, research data management, open data, open science training in Foster project, which was a European Commission funded project that produced a number of online courses. So we're really looking forward to take this work forward in Ukraine and see what could be reused. And IFL will be one of open science training partners. And these are our priorities in addition to our work in OPTIMA project. So we are also advocating for fair and sustainable transition from paywalled content to open access. And we negotiate free or discounted agreements with publishers for researchers in Ukraine and also in our other partner countries to publish articles in open access. And we also advocate for open availability of journal articles in open access repositories. And it's also excellent that there are over 100 open access repositories in Ukraine, and they are places where open access could be provided. We also work on open science and open research training, and we support open access repository developments, open access journals, and other emerging platforms. And we consider policies to be essential for building open science skills and also for embedding open access and open science in institutional and national context. And earlier today, we had participants from Ukrainian Open Science Cloud, and I hope that we'll have open science policies adopted in Ukraine and in a number of universities in the coming year. Thank you, and looking forward to working together.
Thanks, Irina. And it's very pleasant to hear, of course, that what we are doing is in the heart of Eiffel. So we have a nice partner and nice colleagues to work with. Looking forward to cooperation with you. And let me invite our next presenter. For me, this organization is indeed very special, as at the moment I am a general board member of this association, and with great pleasure I want to invite Agnieszka Gira, who is secretary of this organization and can present this international federation of organizations of young researchers in Europe. Please, Agnieszka.
Hello, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes. Okay, perfect. And the presentation? Okay, perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure for me to participate in this meeting and to represent the European Council of Doctoral Candidates and Junior Researchers. I am the EuroDoc secretary, and I want to briefly describe what is EuroDoc. EuroDoc is a federation of 28 national associations for early career researchers in Europe. Of course, we've got also participants out from Europe. We are open to all of the young researchers and scientists. EuroDoc is a non-profit organization which was established in 2002 and is based now in Brussels. We are independent and self-financed organization, and we generally run for and by early career researchers in Europe. Of course, our work is voluntary. Generally, the vision of EuroDoc is a sustainable research culture where early career researchers are treated with respect and have access to long-term and stable career pathways. It is really important to EuroDoc, and of course, all the efforts which we and all the projects which we undertake are considered with this vision and mission. What are the EuroDoc objectives? Generally, we represent doctoral candidates and junior researchers at European level in matters of their education, research, and professional development. Of course, we take part in a European project, for example, as OPTIMA project. Of course, the very important is the advance and quality of doctoral programs and the standards of research activity in Europe. We make a lot of surveys. We talk with our early career researchers by the national organizations. We also promote and inform about the issues regarding early career researchers, and we organize a lot of events. And the main event which is organized each year and the biggest event for EuroDoc is EuroDoc Conference, where we talk and discuss about current and important for early career researchers matters. Last year, the conference was organized, unfortunately, online, but it was about open science. And it was really interesting for us, and I hope for all the participants. We also participate in debates. We try to establish and promote cooperation between national associations representing doctoral candidates and junior researchers within Europe. As I said, we take part in many projects. Currently, we are doing a doctoral supervision practices survey, which we already have done. We also take part in Horizon 2020, open access to scientific publications, and also we created postdoc survey. And of course, we've got a great pleasure to participate in OPTIMA project, which is really important for us. What are the policy recommendations? Generally, they're recognizing doctoral candidates as researchers and as an autonomous group of professionals, and to participate in governance. It is really important for Eurodoc to treat doctoral candidates as professionals, not as students. Unfortunately, it happens now in many countries that doctoral candidates are still treated as students. It is really important to fostering intersectoral, interinstitutional, and international mobility of doctoral candidates and international collaboration. Of course, the long-term fundings are also important for us. Deploy career management services at organizations employing researchers. Also, research assessment and increasing knowledge about open science. We want to also put more emphasis on transferable skills training and recognition, providing widely variety of networking options and services in and outside of academia, and also establishing research-oriented quality assurance as a central requirement for innovating training at the doctoral level, and provide sustainable career prospects for early career researchers. That is why we are really happy to participate in OPTIMA project, which we find really interesting. And I hope that also our that we have also participated in the open science training as open science ambassadors will help to help with the OPTIMA projects. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thanks, Agnieszka. Eurodoc is sure a very unique and vibrant international community, and we are very glad that we will be able to collaborate with all the volunteers, and I hope they will join the project events, both online and offline. Thanks again. Okay, we are now moving to presentations of Ukrainian partners, and I want to invite representatives of Sumy State University. Konstantin Kyrychenko, please.
Thank you, Alexander. I hope you can see my screen already.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you very much again. And dear all, it's a great opportunity, and I'm pleased to represent Sumy State University in such an esteemed consortium in such a great project as the project OPTIMA is. Okay, I tried to. Yeah, I'm not sure if all the partners have an idea, I mean, EU partners, where our Ukrainian cities are located. And just to mention is that we are in the northeastern part of Ukraine, representing one of the regional centers. With the dream that COVID-19 will end very soon, I'd like to use this opportunity to welcome everyone to visit us one day. According to the project work plan, we're going to host one of the multiplication event, and I hope we will do it on site. Yeah, just some facts about our university. We're hosting a family of 14,000 of students, and more than 10% of whom are international students representing 50 countries worldwide. We're actually developing our international profile quite rather intensively. So we are trying to offer more and more of the study programs and other opportunities in English. And you can see some figures about the staff numbers, and you can always approach us at our official webpage. The university has formed its model for the future 5 years in our strategy, and we position ourselves as a research, educational, and socially oriented complex. Just a few details here. Research is not accidentally at the forefront, so we we share the philosophy of research institution in our activities, and one of the important factor is that we introduce an all-encompassing and constantly developing system of quality assurance. This is one of the priority areas of the university, and we tend actually to introduce quality in all our activities. And we have quite a strong concept of motivation management, try to introduce the decentralization and university autonomy as much as possible, and also have the system of incentives for our staff and students in order to develop and increase the quality of the services. We base our activity on two main pillars. One is innovative technologies, and in particular digitalization, and of course international cooperation. And these two main pillars, they're actually as a driving force, they move all other sectors ahead. We are considered to be a comprehensive university. We have study and research areas in most of the fields that could be imagined. Originally, we've been a polytechnic university some time ago, and starting from the early 90s of the last century, we became a comprehensive institution. So having different institutes and faculties from different areas next door helps our multi-dimensional profile, and also is very helpful to for international cooperation and some complex projects. We are positioned and ranked in some global rankings, and represent the top group of Ukrainian universities according to our national evaluations as well. The university integrates into a global educational and research areas, and we are members of a number of organizations. We are also signatories of the Magna Carta Universitatum, which is a Bologna charter, and in this way we actually would like to develop our network for cooperation and acknowledgement. Coming closer to the moving focus onto our project, just what we have as a starting base, as a starting platform for the OPTIMA project. First of all, we have policies and guidelines in place that actually address the open science and academic integrity. The quality assurance and academic integrity are an intrinsic part of our development strategy. We have specific policies and procedures for quality assurance system, which was developed also with the support of European Union programs like Tempus and Erasmus+, and is considered to be one of the most dynamically developing in Ukraine, and mostly comprehensive. We have a code of conduct, which I think is there for years already, and also we recently, again, with the support of international cooperation, we came to understanding that we need to have also a code of academic integrity. This is a very urgent topic for Ukrainian institutions, and the OPTIMA project is a proof for that. And in order to emphasize this type of activity, we have introduced this code. There is a structural support system of structures at the university. We have a center for quality assurance, a bureau for quality monitoring, and lab for quality evaluation that is actually executing these surveys with different stakeholder groups. And we have an academic integrity unit also in this system of quality assurance, student QA agency, which helps us to interact with our main stakeholder group, students, and also ethics and conflict resolution committee. All that is supported by information and technology resources. We have introduced the open access register of our regulations and policies, I think more than 10 years ago. So all our policies are of free access, and how we organize our work can be also approached with no limitations. And we have an academic integrity webpage. So this is a specific webpage for this, for our activities in this domain. We've been having our institutional repository for years already, where we actually publicly place all our theses, all the publications that we produce, all the works of students, starting from bachelor level and going up to the doctoral level. We have, I think, strong IT profile, and there are many products, software products and platforms that we've developed ourselves, and one of them is Examinarium. This is a platform for our own MOOCs, and also we have modern ULab, laboratory of virtual and augmented reality, and there are also other platforms that are accessible for our students and staff. At the same time, the products of those platforms are actually available for a wider public. We are very much aware of our tasks in OPTIMA project. So, of course, this is a great opportunity to learn EU best practices, and especially from today's presentations, we can make a conclusion that there's much to do. We are to design the open science related academic courses as a consortium for master and PhD levels. Our task, our specific task for our institution is design and launch of the open online course, Open Science. We are planning to host it at our Examinarium platform. Then, of course, we want to pilot the principles of open science at the institutional level, and we have an institute in focus who will actually contribute mostly, and the conferences of that institute would be used for the common open science platform. An active interaction and feedback from stakeholder groups is planned and is evident. As I've already mentioned, we're going to host a multiplication event in 2022, and of course the dissemination and sustainability activities will take place. What we actually expect as an institution from this project, of course, it's number of staff and students trained. I was happy to see when planning the project that we will be able to include a wider group of staff and a wider group of students into project activities. For instance, we will have representatives not only of research groups, but also of libraries, for instance, and other IT structures and other departments. We are going to develop our policies and procedures on open science and research integrity, improve and update those that we have, but we see already as a team that there is also much to do in this direction. Creation of information analytical center for open science as a part of academic integrity unit may be one of the spin-off effects that we expect. We want to develop our academic integrity web page and actually create the information platform for open science and research integrity. Again, holding the conferences, using those principles, and then sharing that practice to university-wide. And of course, the main task, the wider objective, as we may say, is impacting corporate behavior using open science and research integrity principles, and we hope that that will impact a wider audience beyond the university as well. Of course, any project means the team, and we have already established a team. Today our rector was present. It didn't take me much of efforts to invite him. It's a newly appointed rector who used to be a first vice rector for years already, so the topic is natural to his activity. We have Artem Artukhov, whom we heard today, who is also a member of National Quality Assurance Agency as the top thematic coordinator, and also beautiful ladies who represent the different departments, Quality Assurance Agency, Quality Assurance Center, sorry, and the institutes and the international office. Chief accountant is on board. Let's hope that everything will be okay with finances. and our director also for e-learning technologies. Just concluding, I need to mention that thanks to our Lviv University colleagues, we've been already in touch and having regular conferences and regular events for months already. So we all feel like a very good and very close team. And I think this is the main base for our success. Because we know each other, we know the potential of each other, and we all of us would like to mutually benefit from the project activities. Let me at this point wish everyone good kickoff meeting, and I'm sure about the success of this project. Thank you.
Konstantin, thanks so much. It was a really detailed presentation, and looks like you really take the project seriously, which is very good. And we really want to cooperate with you, and we have already heard and tested your amazing Examinarium platform, and it's a very, very important part of our project. Sorry. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks again. And now let me invite again Professor Ilya Khadjinov to present Donetsk, Donetsk National University, please.
Hello again. I wish you the strength to hear me twice today. Thank you for your attention. I will. Can you see my screen, my presentation? Thank you, Alexandra. Okay, I will start from. You have already heard today that our university moved from Donetsk, and I would give you a short review what we had in Donetsk. It was a campus with more than 20 buildings. It's different study buildings and also 5 dormitories. We have our own laboratory buildings, etc., etc. But now we are situated and located in Vinnytsia, and our university consists of 7 faculties. We are on the slide, and also you can see the number of our students. It's twice less than in Donetsk. Even I must say, in better years, it was near 12,000 in Donetsk, and it's near 8,000 of full-time students. And also we have international students, but last year and COVID-19 influenced the upcoming students to our international courses, and that is why now we have a small decrease in number of international students to our university. Also, we have the 800 persons staff, different kinds of administration and academic staff of the university. Also, you can see the buildings where we situated, and I must say that all these buildings are not universities before, and they are not equipped for the university. Or maybe only one building was previously the administrative building of the chemical plant, and there was previously the private university, but after its closure, it became the office center, and that is why it is not so accustomed to the studying purposes. But now we feel good in our buildings and trying to provide the high quality services for the students, and also for the dwellers of Vinnytsia as well. Our development in Vinnytsia and our renovation in Vinnytsia was not possible without support of our partners, and you can see the major partners of our university since 2014 who helped us and are helping us during all this period. And I must say that we have a big project with the Renaissance Foundation, which provide us with the huge amount of different support in concerning organizational support, also the support in acquisition of proper material assets for our study and as well for the scientific research. Also, I must say that we renew all our international relations with our partners abroad, and now we have 48 partner universities and more than 70 partnership agreement. The most effective cooperation agreements are shown in this slide, and you can see it. And also we have different international project activity of our university. Certainly, it's the Erasmus Plus programs, Horizon 2020, and also different projects provided by the local organizations or governments on different European countries, or even embassies. And you can see also it's in this slide. What we provide for the local community of Vinica, we provide advanced certificate programs, and you can see the names of them, and it's the unique programs for the not only the Vinica region, but also for whole Ukraine. For example, medical law or the School of Public Policy and Administration. We provide support for the local authorities of Vinica region to for headhunting for newly created structures like the Department of Investments of Vinica State Administration, etc., and etc. Also, we can see our prospects under our strategy, as well as all the Ukrainian universities must have their own strategy. We think that the mission of university must be creating of leveling community, then the people lives, learns and exchange their experience in one and the same place, because for us it was very important after our displacement from Donetsk, and that is why our work, it was our home, and it is now the same thing for us. Also, the new vision of the educational process, and we are student oriented, but now we implement the practices of academic integrity and academic transparency, and that is why we have certain how to say privileges on the market, because we are open to the local authorities, and that is why we can provide more information for the community than do the local universities. Also, we think that we have the strategy that our university will be innovation and research area, which provide the realization of attempts to provide any kind of inventions, etc. And we provide the new approach, Homo Novus, we call it. It's integrated system of relations of all stages of education, from preschool till school, secondary school, involved in this sphere. We also have our own scientific park that provides our scientific expertise and involve our academic staff to the scientific expertise on different levels, as well as regional and on the state level. And concerning the contribution of our university to the project, we will be in charge for the dissemination of the results, and we will provide different kinds of support and promotion via electronic media concerning all the achievements of our project, and also will provide several events. I hope we will meet physically in Vinica as well, and we'll speak and we will show this beautiful city to you, and you will be loved in Vinica as we did. Okay, and the major thing for us, it's also the dissemination of the results of our project between the displaced university, and also provide the results to the secondary schools of Vinnytsia and Vinnytsia region, because we have strong links and relations with these schools due to high level of involvement of our academic staff in teaching process at these schools, and we provide different kinds of Olympiads for the pupils of different levels at the basis of our university, and our collaborators are invited to be part of the juries of different competitions in different types of the disciplines of school curriculums. Also, we have certain culture, I think, of quality assurance, because these traditions are deep-rooted in our university since the 2010, I think. Daniel already. Also, we have second edition of our academic integrity and corporate ethics code. Also, we have the commissions, commission for charge for questions of academic integrity. And last month, we have elected the ombudsman for in these affairs, which will be, how to say, the medium between between the mediator between the students, administration and between academic staff and students. And we will think that this practice is a very good issue for us, and we are ready to implement new practices and give some advices to other universities. Also, we participated in the project developed by American Council for International Education for 4 years. It was Strengthening Academic Integrity Ukraine project. Also, we have open Moodle platform as well for the internal use, we call it, and also for the external clients of our university, where we provide distance learning courses. We elaborate and produced the interactive catalog of universities and its partners' scientific and innovation projects. Also, we provide academic integrity modules for all members of the studying process, for the academic staff, for administration members, and as well for students. Now, after the changing of the rules for the scientific journals in Ukraine, we have 4 open access scientific journals published in the university. Also, we have universities open access repository, and the major treasure of our university, I think, it's the way Natalia Stukala said today, that 38 members of academic staff of our university, and as well as students, are the NACA's accreditation experts. And today we received accreditation for our 4 PhD programs. And that is why I think it's, how to say, it's a good experience and good practice we can share with you. And also, I would like, wait for a while, to say you thank you for your attention, and I think we will do everything together. Doing everything together will help us to create something new and something useful for not only for us, but for the whole humanity. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Professor Khadzinov. I had the pleasure to visit Donetsk National University, actually in Donetsk, before all events, and it's such a disaster that the situation you are now in. But I think that we together can change the situation a little bit. And thanks a lot for your inspirational presentation. I can see that Donetsk National University is regaining its, let's say, power. And lots of luck to your institution, and good luck to all of us in this cooperation. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Okay, we are inviting our next speaker. Looks like it will be Oksana Leshenko, right? So, and she will be representing Lutsk National Technical University. Please.
Thank you. Do you hear me, colleagues?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
I try to share my screen.
Please use this green button.
I know, thank you.
Okay.
Do you see my presentation?
Yes, yes, yes.
Dear colleagues and representatives of international organizations, we are glad to introduce our university, Lutsk National Technical University. We are glad to be a part of such a high and professional consortia and be a part of the project. Our university is situated in Lutsk, and I could see that Lutsk, as you see, was in later times was a European, such a European capital. You see that in 1429, Congress of European Monarchs was held in Lutsk. It's a small, beautiful city which is situated in northwestern Ukraine. It's the administrative center of the Volyn with high level of historical and cultural and new brand buildings. And our university was founded in 1966 as a General Technical Faculty of Kyiv Automobile and Highway Institute. And since 1976 has been transformed, and today we are Lutsk National Technical University, the one technical university in Volyn region. And this slide, you can see the quality of our academic staff. Today, we have near 50 doctors, professors, researchers, and about 300 of PhD researchers. We are multidisciplinary high establishment, educational establishment. We cover a wide range fields of education and training. We have educational programs on education sciences, a lot of engineering programs and computer science programs, and so on. And today, Lutsk National Technical University is organized into 7 faculties: Faculty of Digital Educational and Social Technologies, Faculty of Business and Law, Faculty of Computer and Information Technologies, Faculty of Agriculture Technologies and Environmental Studies, Faculty of Transport and Mechanical Engineering, Faculty of Customs, Materials and Technologies. And we have branches in Lutsk. It's the Lutsk Technical College, Kovel Industrial Economic College, Lubezhiv College. And nowadays we have a good experience in participating in international projects, which was led under American councils, Erasmus Plus, Tempus Statis, and other international funds and organizations. And today in our university, the main agenda is the development of internal quality assurance system. And in our university, so much attention is paid to quality and integrity, in academic integrity, that some of our colleagues start to think that quality is an invention of the last decades. But of course, this is not true. Attention to quality is not new. It has always been a part of our academic tradition, but today we have a new sign on it. In our university, we define quality assurance as the mechanism put in place to guarantee that the education is fit for purpose. And we know that every higher education establishment must have appropriate internal structures and mechanism for monitoring its quality control procedures to ensure quality assurance. Today in our university, we have built a 3-level internal quality assurance system, as you see on the slide. The first level, we have the program administration commissions of quality at the faculties, faculty councils. At the second level, we have quality assurance and accreditation and licensing office, education and methodical office, center of distance learning and web technologies, and also scientific and methodic council, quality council, R&D council. And third level in institutional dimension is vice rectors, ethic and academic integrity commission, academic council, our stakeholders, and rector. What are reasons for quality assurance in our university, and not only in our university, and for all Ukrainian universities? First of all, it's to train graduates who meet the needs of society, and to be and we want, and all universities in Ukraine want to be proud of our graduates. Second is to provide the students with adequate knowledge, skills important for the right job fulfillment. Third is internationalization of the profession, as a world that is becoming a global village brings us greater competition than before. Next one is that the need for consumer protection. Our students and their parents are spending a lot of money and time on their education, and they have right to receive a quality product, quality education. Next, the relationship between higher education and society change. Some disciplines, for example, social sciences, psychology, economy, had a lot of students, but few available jobs. Other disciplines like engineering or math often had a shortage of students, and society could use more graduates. Such a situation caused pressure on higher education and all universities. And second is, next is that quality has become increasingly important for higher education institutions because of the question as to whether it's still possible to deliver the same quality within the given frameworks. And the last one is that student exchange and international cooperation require insight into quality. For administration of our university, it's clear that our university and many Ukrainian universities have such issues, or maybe small problems, that is lack of quality assurance awareness, as it was mentioned by previous speakers, for example, Natalia Stukalo. Resistance against innovations. It's very important and topic to be discussed in future. Resistance of staff because they feel threatened. There is not enough knowledge on quality assurance available in the university. There is resistance because quality assurance is time consuming and costly. And we often can hear some like we have other things to do, why we must do this. And the last one is a lack of clear communication between the academic community, staff, and institutions management. And to overcome the problems, it's important to understand clearly and what international quality assurance means for university, know the available instruments and good practices from all around the world, know about the requirements set for an IQA system, and to develop high responsible academic community with high ethic and integrity standards, develop digital education and research environment with quality content and review processes, design the system very clearly, transparent, and to formulate the strategy to introduce it. The overall objective is to continuously promote and improve the quality of the core activities, especially research and development, and the institution as a whole. And what we expect to receive as a result of this project is improving the quality of education through the transparency of internal quality assurance system development and implementation of new subject for master's degree and PhD degree students, increasing scientific openness through the digitalization of learning and scientific research, and use of open educational resources, increasing students, scientists' interest in open science training seminars on best practices and inclusion through the use of modern information technologies. And as all Ukrainian higher establishments, Lutsk and TU has need to implement innovative QA mechanism based on openness and transparency, which will help us to avoid formal approaches to internal QA systems, advancing integrity culture instead. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks so much. Okay, thanks so much, Professor Lishenko. We have first time the opportunity to collaborate with Luz National Technical University, and it's a great pleasure for us. So our universities and our cities are not that far from each other, but unfortunately that's we are cooperating only for the first time. So good luck to you, and hope that we will do something big and beautiful together. Okay.
Good luck for us.
Yes, of course. Thanks a lot. And let me check. And now we are moving to the presentation of National Antarctic Scientific Center. And thanks very much to Anatoly Chernov, who has his PhD defense tomorrow, but still found the time to present today. Thanks, Anatoly. The stage is yours, please.
Hello, thank you for greetings. Yeah, and I'd like now I'll start to share my screen. Is it okay? Do you see the presentation now?
Yes.
Perfect. Yeah. So that's it. I'm presenting. I'd like to tell you a few words about National Antarctic Scientific Center of Ukraine. And currently I'm working in this organization. I'm a researcher here. And actually I was in Antarctica 2 times. And thanks to National Antarctic Center, I can say. Yeah. But so let's, sorry. Yeah, that's it. The second slide. So a few words about Ukraine and Antarctica in general. So in 1992, Ukraine obtained the status of Antarctic Treaty non-consultative party. And here we started our first steps heading to this farther south. And in 1993, the Antarctic Research Center was created, and nowadays you know this organization as National Antarctic Scientific Center. And a prominent event happened in 1996 when on 6th of February, British station Faraday was transferred to Ukraine. And since this time, our station is located here, you can see. It's like on the almost on the edge of Antarctic Peninsula. Of course, it's not exactly on the pole. It's actually it's about 3,000 kilometers from the South Pole. But anyway, it's Antarctica. And so since you can see this prominent event of lowering of the Union flag and hoisting of the Ukrainian flag above the station. And since this time, National Antarctic Scientific Center is responsible for organization of Antarctic expeditions, and this Ukrainian organization responsible for the team for choosing of participants, for transportation of scientists and all the group who will be on the base. And of course, also this organization provides everything what is needed for the research and secure life on the farther south for the whole year. On the station, there are 3 research directions. It's meteorology, geophysics, and biology. Of course, like for the project OPTIMA, our role is to show some the most brightest and most prominent examples about global warming, about climate change. And we should mention that it's not only meteorological results. So yes, of course, we see these trends of temperatures, that temperatures rising. Yes, we have some also, we trace some changes inside of the glaciers. But we should mention that some geophysical approaches like magnetic measurements also show us some solar activity, which can be also good example to see globally of the situation, not only this temperature factor, which is considered as usual, but also we see changes in the other geophysical fields. And we should also mention biological changes. There are penguins, as you know, in Antarctica, and there are several types of them. And there is some tendency that because of climate change, these groups of penguins, they are migrating from one part of the region to another. And it's also could be an example for this climate changing situations. And penguins, and also there are some plants as well, for example, moss, which you see on this slide. Also, there are investigations of this natural life, which is original for this region, and possibly I think we'll also use these prominent results. National Antarctic Center is quite popular around Ukraine nowadays, we can say, because they're really working hard on promotional topic. There are a lot of some news on television, on radio, and around the internet. You can check online NASC on the web page. You can see on this slide. And in Facebook, there are a lot of news about Antarctica almost every day. And so therefore, I should say that National Antarctic Center quite good platform to not only to provide this real data about Antarctica, but also to promote our some open results to the wider range to school. Of course, we have also regular elections in museums, at schools, and sometimes also National Antarctic Center organize some competitions. And so that's it. If you would like to know something more, you can check on this webpage about NANS Online, or yeah, now I should mention also about our collaboration partners. So there are institutions around Ukraine and several in the team of the Antarctic Center. There are specialists who are working on the permanent position, and some of them are working in the institutions, in the universities, but also help National Antarctic Center to do the research around Antarctica. Therefore, there are a lot of partners not only around Ukraine, but also around the world. There are contacts in Europe, in the USA, in Australia, and that's it. So thank you for attention. And again, if you'd like to know something more, please contact me or Svetlana Krakowska. You have heard her today. She have presented some good examples about climate change, and yeah, I hope for fruitful communication, and wish you a good day. And if you have any questions, maybe I can answer them now. Thank you for attention.
Thanks, Anatoly. It's a really interesting presentation because, first of all, the presentation itself was good, but your institution, it means National Antarctic Center, is such a unique organization and venue that it brings very special expertise and, let's say, focus to our project. Thanks a lot for this, and I think and I hope that we will be able to discuss all these things in our future meetings. Maybe we will invite you for some maybe presentation about your journeys to the station to show us some nice nice stories and pictures. So that's sure a good plan for the future. Could you please stop sharing your presentation?
Yeah, thank you for attention. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Anatoly, and good luck with your PhD defense tomorrow. Fingers crossed. Okay, and now we are moving to our associated partner, but this associated partner is very important for us. And let me invite Andrei Sidlarenko to present UniCheck Ukraine, if I'm pronouncing it right. Please, Andrei.
It's all right. Thank you, Alexander. My name is Andrei. I'm commercial director of UniCheck Ukraine, and now I start sharing my presentation. First of all, I want to say thank you for everybody who today in our great meeting, because starting of this project for me is one more step in our active working in our social activities, which help to improve academic integrity in Ukrainian universities. But now I want to speak briefly about our software, our activities, and maybe some interesting information. UniCheck is a plagiarism detection software. It is a solution for educational institutions to detect similarly text modifications and prevent contact cheating. For today, UniCheck is software which use more than 1.7 million students and educators all around the world. And in Ukraine, it is one of the most popular anti-plagiarism software. I think, like everybody of us, I think a lot how I can visit Lviv and Lvivska Polytechnica as quickly as possible and speak with our friends from Lvivska Polytechnica, and I decided to do this. Now I'm on Lviv on Alexandra's desktop, and I can a little bit speak about integrity. For us, academic integrity, it is not only about education or science. As principles of academic integrity for us, it is lifestyle. Only speak every day about honesty, about true results, about how we can improve education and what our part of doing for quality of Ukrainian education we can move forward. And everything that we do in UniCheck Ukraine, we do for increasing confidence in results obtained in educational process. We help to implement our anti-plagiarism service, but we not only speak about how you can use service, it is about a full implementation in whole university processes. Our values in UniCheck is to be truly a checker, which displays only meaningful matches without any digital tricks or suspicious text formatting or something else which can hide some similarities or matches in text. We encourage educational institutions to cultivate their scientific thought and prevent plagiarism with us. And we, in every our meetings, we speak about that anti-plagiarism software. It is main part, but not a whole of academic integrity. Somebody can think that academic integrity, it is only about plagiarism, and they replace meaning plagiarism and academic dishonesty. But academic dishonesty, it is not only plagiarism, it is a lot of everyday work. And in that everyday work, we, like a business, define for us our social mission in Ukraine. And that mission is to improve the quality of education thought, the implementation of the principle academic integrity in university culture, and improving the academic motivation of students, teachers, educations, and all who work in university. If we look through the history, UNICEF founders were from Ukraine, and when they understand that UNICEF become one of the best plagiarism checkers, they want to give something back for Ukraine, for Ukrainian education. And they start doing that mission, provide that mission, and 4 years ago now we continue that activities. For today in Ukraine, UNICEF customers are more than 200 universities, and we do not stop and communicate with not only higher educational institutions, but more with scientific institute, academics, and sometimes even higher schools. What is a role of UNICEF in OPTIMA? As we can see, first of all, this is anti-plagiarism software, and we will help with checking for plagiarism all materials and articles and works submitted under this project. But the main part of our activities and our doing is speak about the role of plagiarism checker, speak about how we can use, how we can analyze similarity report, and when we must use that, and how we must grade results of checks. In that case, I remember that Natalia Stukala asked what is acceptable plagiarism rate. I think I can answer this question, but not today. Thank you for your attention. If you have any question for me about our activities or about UNICEF, I can answer in of all questions.
Thanks, Andrei. Please, indeed, if any has questions, if any of you has questions, please don't hesitate to ask. Okay, maybe everyone is tired already.
Yeah, I understand.
But anyway, thanks a lot for your presentation, first of all, and for your collaboration with all of us. I think that UNICEF today is one of the pillars of academic integrity culture in Ukraine, and we are proud to collaborate with you. By the way, your trick with showing your photo on my screen, I did very similar thing when I was preparing to greet Professor Janik Briswalter in French. I was checking the text with my friend in Paris. I have never been to Paris, but my friend, we had a Skype conversation, and she showed me the view of her window. And my face from Skype chat appeared in the window in Paris, in glass. So, you know, I've also been to Paris last week. Okay, so thanks again to you. And we are looking forward to fruitful collaboration. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Dear friends, looks like it's again the turn of Lviv Polytechnic National University to present something, and I will try to be as brief as possible because we have already it's already 10 past 5 in Ukraine, but I will tell you something about Lviv Polytechnic National University. 1 second, let me share my screen once again. Looks like I'm becoming very professional in screen sharing, right? So can you see my screen now?
Yes, Alexander.
Thank you. So Lviv Polytechnic National University, which is a coordinator of the OPTIMA project. So let me give you some facts about our university. First of all, before even moving to the university part, several words about Lviv, because Tony Ross-Helor described Graz in the manner that I have to respond. To be short, Lviv is a real jewel of Ukraine, and I would like to show our beautiful city to lots of you, to all of you, when we will have an opportunity to do so. It's a cozy European city, which is a mix and blend of many traditions of not only Ukrainians, but also people from Poland, Armenia, and other neighboring countries. We have Italian architecture, we have German architecture, we have lots of different cultures here, and welcome to Lviv. Lviv Polytechnic National University is the oldest technical university in Ukraine and in Eastern Europe. It was founded in 1860 as a real school. What is important that our main building was built specifically for Lviv Polytechnic, and it was created specifically for audiences, laboratories, and all other important things. At the moment, Lviv Polytechnic is the biggest university in Ukraine with 16 academic institutes and more than 100 academic departments. Many different buildings, 150 research laboratories, etc., etc. We have over 35,000 students and over 2,500 academic staff. There are different bachelor, master, and PhD programs in our university. Lviv Polytechnic works hard on international cooperation and has a vast majority of many connections with many countries worldwide, not only European ones, but on all continents. Regarding the team of Lviv Polytechnic, it will be represented by many different departments and units, but mostly by Department of Social Communication and Information Activities, Department of Chemical Engineering, Department of Ecology and Sustainable Environmental Management, as well as with Center of Information Support, and of course, Scientific Society of Students, doctoral candidates, and junior researchers. To be honest, open science is not something completely new to Lviv Polytechnic, as all academic scientific journals, research journals of Lviv Polytechnic are in open access, and we have a very good repository, open repository of research papers and materials online. Also, Lviv Polytechnic has the Open Review Hub pilot open review platform. It is the first open peer review platform in Ukraine, and actually we'll try to build our new platform within the OPTIMA project on the base of the existing service. That's the main things, and I believe that we will have many opportunities to discuss other aspects of the project and our cooperation, but at the moment I just want to get back to our quiz and briefly check the main keywords. So, of course, most people attending our today's webinar are from Ukraine. That's logical, but also from all other partner countries. Most people were from Lviv and Kyiv, which is also understandable, but also from all cities of our partners from many countries. The main word of Optima is, of course, open. That is why even our Twitter and Facebook handles have Optima keyword in them, right? But also integrity, internationalization, and research integrity, of course, are important. Looks like you believe that academic courses in open science will be the most important part, and I partly agree with you, but I was voting for the open peer review platform. We will see what will have the most impact. Thanks for your attention, and thanks for the very fruitful today's meeting. It was a pleasure to participate in it and coordinate it and see all your amazing presentations. I hope that we are now in the beginning of a long journey, which will lead us to another beautiful place and which will help us to make positive impact on academic integrity and research culture in Ukraine. Thanks again, and see you tomorrow. Don't forget that tomorrow and the day after tomorrow we will have our closed meetings, and I hope that they will be also as fruitful as today's one. If you have any questions or want to make some comments, please, you are more than welcome. No comments?
Thanks a lot for the great organization, Sasha.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks a lot. Always very nice.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander.
Thanks a lot, and I hope you're not very tired and will still have energy tomorrow. You can notice that there is not that much light at the moment in my room, but it's still enough. So please have a good rest in the evening and prepare for tomorrow. I will send you invites in our regular format in the MS Teams. Thanks to all our guests who attended our meeting today, especially Belen Kiso, Svetlana Shitikova, and all your esteemed directors and administrators. That's all from my side. I would wave one of the flags, but don't know which to choose, so we'll discuss this tomorrow. Okay, have a nice evening, all of you. Bye.
Thank you. Bye.
Thanks a lot.
Bye.
See you tomorrow.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks very much. Bye.
Good evening to all. Bye.
Thanks a lot. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Stay safe and healthy.